what's up everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Resident Roleplay. This is a show where a group of friends and I get together and play a homebrewed tabletop RPG set in the world of Resident Evil. I'm your host and GM, and welcome to the final episode, everyone.
It's the final.
And hello everybody in Twitch land.
And on YouTube.
Yes.
Hey, Brenny.
Hello, VOD watchers.
This is it.
Is it?
You fight Walker finally.
This is it. Yeah.
We will win.
The series?
Last
Wait.
episode.
Yeah, this is the series finale. So, not your ordinary episode, but it's going to be bittersweet, and hopefully we could bring it to a good ending here. But thank you all very much for everybody who's been watching, whether live or on the VODs. I know we have a lot of people who've been catching up through the VODs, and and all the YouTube uploads. It's been a huge journey. It's been 3 long years, and this is my first ongoing campaign that I've ever GM'd, and completed. So it's been an interesting time for all of us. Obviously, we recorded a lot of our last thoughts in that end of the road video, which is up on the YouTube channel that I highly recommend any fans of the show watch. But nonetheless, how about we bring things to a close here tonight? Everybody ready?
All right, I'll mute myself.
Let's go for it.
All right.
Let's
do it. So, previously on Resident Roleplay, after discovering the location of the Manifold Tower, which is the headquarters of the bioterrorist cell known as the Manifold, you traveled to the Arctic locale and battled their BOW forces. You then entered the tower and fought your way to the top, where you came face to face with Elliot Walker, your long-term nemesis and the leader of the Manifold, who was just moments away from completely uploading his consciousness to the tower and launching a salvo of missiles that would spread the virus, or several kinds of viruses and bioweapons all over the world. In the epic fight that followed, you pulled out all of the stops, expending your most powerful items and abilities against Walker's post-human, technologically enhanced self. You successfully disconnected Walker from his upload and disarmed his gauntlets, rendering his capabilities limited. At the darkest hour, Katara unleashed a new, fiery, winged transformation, stemming from her AACT enhancement. But even with all this, Mr. G was tragically killed in the battle. However, soon after, you weakened your foe enough to use the MLC-9, a prototype laser cannon with which you dealt the finishing blow, atomizing Walker with its intense, blinding blast. All that remained among the ashes were his gauntlets, his suit jacket, and his metal-plated skull. So, that's kind of where we left off. Let's see. Alright. So, in the immediate aftermath, then, of Walker's death, the cloudy sky above sends flurries of snow across your brow. Looking up, you see the blue energy field that once surrounded this open floor fading away. Your bodies are sweaty and bloody from the intense fight, but your skin cold from the chill air. Across the rooftop, you see the tattered navy blue suit jacket come to rest on the ground beside Walker's metallic skull. Nearby to those, you see Mr. G's lifeless body, his face plastered against a pile of construction beams, where a bloody smear marks the path his head took across it, and a few of his teeth litter the ground. What are you guys doing?
Yeah.
We gotta get the.
Oh,
we gotta get the G.
Down.
Let's go.
Oh, hold on. She runs across.
All right, with your enhanced speed still from the steroid, you are able to dart across the rooftop in no time.
She kind of slides onto her knees next to him, and then opens up her bag, rummages through it a bit, and pulls out some defibs.
All right.
Katara just flies over there and is just hovering above.
Right, with your wings
You're
still
not
pop.
done yet, Mr. G.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna shock him.
All right. So with that casting of revive, you expend your materials and rub the defibrillators together, and Mr. G, you find yourself suddenly and abruptly shocked back to consciousness with 1 hit point. You are still alive, but bloody and battered and in extreme pain, but alive.
Okay, he's back. G, calm down, G.
Upon reviving him, Nuria, as he looks up at you, you see his jaw hangs limply, and his face is gruesomely discolored and bruised. His skin is badly damaged, his facial tattoos now invisible beneath the electrical chars and burns.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, you look
She's-
terrible.
I'm gonna have her use heal.
All right. So you pull out a lot of gear from your med kit and apply the best of your knowledge. Hit him with some painkillers. Hit him with a lot of drugs in order to recover. Help him to recover as swiftly as humanly
A lot
possible.
of painkillers.
70 hit points to you, Mr. G.
Technically, it brings them up to full.
That does, that's true. So you're feeling a lot better, but considering the circumstances.
Don't try talk right now.
He's still just limp on the ground.
Can you stand?
I'm gonna try to.
You weakly bring yourself up to your feet. With all that healing that you just received from her medkit, you certainly seem to be regaining your strength enough to function somewhat normally.
Chauncey would at least extend a hand to help him stand up.
Mm-hmm. He's basically just gonna like climb up here to get up. He's just gonna like feel his jaw, and it's just moving freely, but underneath his skull, it's just his mandible is swinging freely.
Can you do anything to kind of keep it steady?
You can try and set it. You know that'd be a very painful procedure. And that would require a little bit of time and some a bit of a medical check. But before you get the chance to ready yourself for that kind of procedure, you all hear over the intercoms a familiar voice, like Enyo's once again, which comes on and says,
Walker vital signs offline. Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate immediately. Manifold reactor meltdown in T-minus 10 minutes.
Uh-oh. It's one of these again.
Chauncey
knew he was
throws G
almost
over his shoulder.
Out of character, I knew he was a load-bearing boss.
all right. So, you guys can't necessarily see it, but I'll have it up on the stream for consistency. I just started a 10-minute timer in real time. So,
Oh,
that's
what?
roughly the time you guys have. What are you guys doing?
Oh.
So,
Oh, nice.
question.
Motioning, just
So, question.
Mhm.
With Katara's like insane flying speed and how high the tower is, how long would it take her to just like go up and down with everybody to get him to the ground?
Not that long if you're looking to head for the ground level.
Yeah, I
Wait,
mean,
wait.
Yeah, but to
I
shuttle
think
them
we
back
need
and
to
forth
get
one at a
out of
time.
here.
What?
I think we need to get out. Like, out. Like, if this is...
Well,
like,
yeah,
if this is like Enyo's reactor...
Yeah, it's gonna
like,
be. There's 2 Enyo's reactors here.
Yeah,
there's two Enyo reactors here, but we have to get downstairs. We still have to get all the way downstairs to ground floor anyway, and then run and try and get out of here.
Wait, what about... We have a harpy ship.
Oh, yeah, we do, actually. Never mind.
G's just like...
So, G over Chauncey's shoulder. He would also like lean down and pick up the skull.
All right, you pick up the skull.
I kind of want to scoop up at least the fabric too. But no, I'll just take the skull and G, and I'm just guys.
Well, you gotta go. You got inventory space for that?
Is it gonna take a 1 block?
Yeah, it's gonna take 1 block for either of those.
I can carry it.
No, I have the space because my ammo's still sitting on the ground. So
okay. So what I'm gonna have?
Space for that too.
What's that?
What I'm gonna do is because
I have a free inventory. Do you want me to pick up your ammo?
Sure. It's not dire. I'll get more later. It's fine.
We have 10 minutes.
It's up to you. Do you want me to pick it up or not?
Don't worry about it.
Yes or no?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's just escape. I can get ammo. I can get tons of ammo. Trust me, we're good.
Manifold reactor meltdown in T-minus 8 minutes.
I kind of throw the jacket over top of G.
Go!
All right, Mr. G.
Hanging on him, so.
Mr. G's carrying the jacket.
Yeah.
All right. So you all start running. You notice also that at this point, the building seems to be quaking as the Titan's various limbs begin to crumble, and alarms are sounding all around you.
We need to notify everybody down on the first floor.
I'm radioing as we're stomping down.
PGP comes out just like, what's going on up there? This thing's shaking like nothing else.
Listen to this. Isn't like the Inyo thing speaking over all the microphones?
Yeah, but not everyone. Not everyone's necessarily inside right now, but yeah.
Oh yeah. It's the building's self-destructing. Make sure to gather all the survivors, get them clear. Don't forget about my Gatling gun.
Yeah, we got all the objectives secure. We got a lot of dead BOWs down here. We just need to get outside.
Get moving.
Well, how big an explosion are we talking here?
Big explosion. Go.
You gotta be kidding me. Yes, sir.
Very likely worse than Chernobyl.
This thing's got some nukes in it. Plus, this is nuclear powered. We need to go now.
If this is anything like my reactor explosion, it will be devastating.
You're damn right.
All right, copy that, sir. Everybody, go.
So is that over all the channels, or is that like?
Yeah, I'm assuming everybody heard that.
Yeah.
Okay, because
like,
I was
mass channel or something.
Okay.
Open waves.
All right, yeah, because I was gonna have Katara alert her team, but if it's over all channels,
that's against the whole command through which you guys commanded all your units earlier in the battle. So you begin rushing for the stairs then.
Yes.
All right, you guys start making your way down the stairs. Head down to the floor immediately below, going through the server room. Various servers spark and combust along the way. You guys are just running through amidst these explosions as they come from either side. I need Chauncey and Katara to make mobility saving throws as you guys kind of lead the pack down.
Oh, while she's flying? Okay.
Can't ability enhance you. Dang it.
Not for saves.
I didn't think it.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'm gonna insurmountable that one.
All right.
Quick.
I can't.
There we go. 19.
There you go.
Okay. So you both succeed, and after evading out of the way, take half of this damage. Take 14 points of explosive damage each. As the two of you are knocked aside. Mr. G gets flung from your shoulders. Oh yeah, you have that additionally.
I take 7.
Mm-hmm.
Was that explosive you said?
Yeah. That's true. Mr. G would have to make the save as well, just because he was on Chauncey's shoulders.
And I'm assuming I don't get.
With the jacket draped over top of him, though, does that give him some kind of resistance to explosion?
No.
Okay. I was just curious because I kind of like threw it over top of him, so maybe just.
I have one more anesthetic. Do we want to give it to G so he doesn't die?
It doesn't. We need to go like now.
Okay.
Like this is real time. We need to go.
No, I know.
Reactor meltdown in T-minus 4 minutes.
That's about right.
Well, you still take half damage, so 14 points of damage with your evasion. But you do get flung from Chauncey's shoulders. A server combusts.
Do I get
next to you.
evasion? Because I'm not on the floor. I'm being carried.
Still works.
You're evading from my shoulder.
Yeah, you can still like leap off of him as best you can.
Get in the harpy, everyone.
Was that 19?
14.
Or no, 14.
All right.
Could I try to athletics catch him?
You could if you would like athletics check.
Yeah, I'll athletics
Billy
catch
Enhancer!
him in the air.
It was all happening a bit too quick. Reaction.
16.
Okay, you help break his fall a little bit.
Kind of just like I grab his wrist as he's going up over my head.
Yeah. You keep him grounded. You guys keep moving down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Over the course of these next couple of floors, you head down, moving floor by floor, rushing as fast as you can. The minutes tick by. You're at
T-minus 3 minutes.
the eventually get to the lower levels of the barracks, the 26th floor, just before the hangar, and a couple explosions go off nearby. The building shakes. You see crawling out from some of the bunks near the door that is your exit, as well as coming up from the next stairwell through that door, will look to be 2 Zomborgs that enter the area and are in your path.
Kaboom, kaboom.
All right.
There.
Kaboom, kaboom, run past.
Yeah.
All right.
Am I still in Vanguard mode?
Yeah, it hasn't been 10 minutes, so.
If need be.
Nope. Nat 20 and 11, so one of them takes half damage.
All right. So first one with the explosive enhancer on the first one.
And I'll pause it here during this little bit of combat pacing.
And then the second one takes 14 explosives.
Oh wait, no, actually, yeah, because they both have to make 2, so that would be for the first one. And then, because they're nearby enough that they both catch both explosions. So the other guy fails both.
Oh, okay. Oh.
So
they would have. Okay, yeah. Cool. And then they also take the D8 fire, right?
yes, they do.
Yeah. So, let's see what they get. First one. And, wow, okay.
Consistent.
All right.
Nice.
Rolling doubles.
All right, and the second guy seems to. We'll just use the same damage numbers there, and the second guy seems pretty severely hurt. Well, they both seem pretty severely hurt as you. These explosions rock them, and given their constructed nature, seem to do a great deal more damage than it would against a purely organic creature. As various pieces of metal fly off of them, as well as some of their limbs.
They still good?
They still good though, but severely hurt.
I'll throw a cryo bomb.
All right.
Them, not us.
Well, the timer stopped for this.
You could run past them, but you'll incur opportunity attacks.
Yeah.
True, if you want to risk them against some people. Actually, that would be +2 for both of those,
They
not
fail.
-2.
That's
So
a
it'd be
double no.
20 and 18.
Oh, sure.
I think. Okay, one of them succeeds.
Okay.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah, with the
Oh,
20.
She has a DC 18.
Oh, actually, both of them succeed in that case, because that'd be 20
Yeah,
and
'cause that's-
18.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
neither.
it's a +4?
It's a wrong.
It's
It's a wrong
+2.
modifier.
Yeah. Yeah, they have a +2 con.
Right.
All right, but they still take half of the damage, but are not frozen. You said Chauncey was rolling something out too.
Yeah. So I just reach behind me with my one free hand, and I grab out my Smith and Wesson Magnum.
Right.
And I'm gonna just send attack and extra attack, so 1 versus each.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I get close enough, I will let off the Vanguard.
All right. Nuria, feel free to roll your damage. All right.
This is one.
Brief burst of frost that coats them, but they, in their constructed nature, keep moving. All right.
That dude's dead. That dude's dead.
That dude's also dead.
Were those against either target?
Yeah, I said 1 versus each one.
Okay, so each one.
The regular attack
Yeah.
and then 1 off the other one. So
All
yeah,
right.
so those are both criticals.
Uh-huh. And you get your Vanguard bonuses also doubles.
Yep, the +6.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah, so your weapon
2d6
damage
then.
dice
Okay.
open doubles, and your Vanguard, bonus damage doubles as well, because those are dice.
Is a +6. That's 1. So it rolls. There it goes. 2, 6. This is the 2d6. So we are at 44.
All right. And that was no headshot, correct?
No headshot.
Right,
I
yeah.
did not call headshot.
So you just
Yeah.
send a massive hole through his sternum, as you can see this gap where some wiring hangs, as well as a beating heart that comes to a stop as that creature falls to the ground. But the
And
other
then
one
the
still
second one.
comes at you before the crit comes his way.
Oh, before?
Well, that's just him making noises before he dies, is what I'm saying.
Okay. It's rolling. I'm just waiting. Anytime.
I just want to see the dice roll.
I know. No.
Aw.
Oh wait, wrong dice. Sorry, my bad. There it goes. Oh, I got to cancel it because it was taking so long to roll. That's cool.
So
that
31
is
and 38. 38 points of damage as he too is. This one, you send the shot right through his arm as his arm, or the shoulder joint,
There went the other
when
one.
the arm flies
Sorry.
off. No, you had already rolled the.
Yeah,
that was
ignore that one. I accidentally clicked the wrong roll.
Oh, I see.
And then I thought I canceled it because the 2d6 was like, yeah, we'll roll. And then this finally rolled. So I apologize for that
I
second
see.
set.
Either way, absolutely obliterated as that arm flies off from its socket, and the Zomborg. Its voice kind of glitches out as it collapses to the ground. All right, timer
just
starting
like-
back up again.
I like cowboy spin the gun and throw it back in the holster.
All right. After that cowboy spin of the 6-shooter, you holster it. The rest of you filter down the steps to the 25th level, the hangar floor.
It's
Yeah.
every step.
I'm also asking, G, can you still pilot this?
From over your shoulder, you just see this hand come over, and it's just like,
Can you show somebody how to pilot this? Does anybody else have pilot skill?
Manifold reactor meltdown in T-1 minute.
Who's flying this plane?
G's gonna jump off your shoulder.
All right.
I'll toss him into the plane if we can get to the plane.
Yeah, chuck him like fastball special limit to the plane.
All right. So
Well,
you guys.
I figure I'm throwing you in the pilot, and I'm taking co-pilot, and I'm gonna help whatever I can.
All right, you guys got 30 seconds. You run into the back of the Harpy 7 through the cargo hold, start firing up. The pre-launch sequence is already good to go, and you see the shutter doors that had originally blocked you are now all open. It seems all doors are open, essentially, in this emergency sequence. You hit the thrusters and
Punch it.
Yeah, just punch it forward immediately, throttling up to an escape. So, as the countdown...
Like full boosters, everything in that hangar is just getting blown apart because of just full boosters in the middle of a hangar.
Yeah, you almost hear the speakers counting down as you're leaving the inside of the tower behind, and that tower grows smaller and smaller into the distance behind you as you are traveling forward at incredible speeds. I'm assuming everybody's strapping in their seatbelts.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on to something.
You better, because G's concussed.
Yeah. So
I'm helping out as much as I can. So I'm over
He's just
here.
like pointing to stuff.
Yeah, and as you guys were like entering into the Harpy 8, you again heard the voice over the loudspeakers counting down around the 30-second mark. Each one with like
29, 28, 27.
And you punched it, immediately flying outwards at this vehicle's maximum speeds. Each of you pressed back into your seats. Again, the tower shrinking into the distance behind you. And in your mental clock, even though you're distant from the loudspeakers, you realize as that countdown is coming to its close, at the end of those 10 minutes, at the core of the manifold tower, in the sealed chambers at its center, the dual manifold reactors fluctuate, pulsing with waves of energy that shake the shielded walls, threatening to rupture them with each impact. The robotic arms fixing them in place begin to crumble and melt. Wave after wave hits the walls at accelerating intervals until the room detonates in a shockwave of blue energy that obliterates the shielded walls. Outside, as you all fly away from the tower, you feel intense turbulence as, in the distance behind you, the tower collapses in on itself before shattering and exploding. A blue bubble of energy, blinding in its brightness, radiates outwards for miles and miles and miles, destroying all of the terrain below and closing in on your engines as you attempt to speed away ever faster. The turbulence intensifies. The lights on the controls blink. Your instruments go haywire. Then, you all shudder in place with a sudden release as the bubble comes to the end of its reach, and the Harpy 8 escapes into the distance above the frozen white landscape.
Okay, first things first, what I want to do is make sure everybody else is alive, so Kevin's going to radio in, and he's going to be like, is everyone there? Are you alive? Are you all good? Did you get away?
You radio in, and you hear nothing but static over the waves.
Oh no.
Then you briefly hear TGP. You copy.
I copy.
Eventually, as you get further and further away from the radiation, and presumably them too, you start to hear a clearer signal. PGP just comes through. Oh man, we're barely on the edge of that. Some of us got rocked. The truck got flipped a little bit, but nothing too badly damaged.
Good.
Everyone's still in one piece.
G's going to, like, while this is happening and he's got the plane kind of stable now, he's bandaging up the rest of his head so he can at least put his jaw in and be able to speak.
Yeah, just like put me in the right direction, controlling the plane while you just do that.
And
Do you want me to try put that back in place for you?
he's gonna nod, but he's trying to talk to Chauncey.
You're trying to talk.
While she's like putting his jaw in
that
place.
Thing where you're like using your jaw to talk.
No, he's just gonna hold it up so he can just talk like this. She makes some noise. But he's just gonna like look at Chauncey while everyone's on the radio. He's gonna say, "I died back there." Oh wait, did he just leave?
You might have.
No.
Oh. Okay.
No, so Discord just had at least on my end, I don't know if it happened to anybody else, but it reconnected.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, okay, is that what that was? All right.
Yeah, it was like super robot-y for a moment, and then everything reconnected.
Yep. Same.
Oh, I mean, I heard everything. I heard everything pretty good.
Yeah, I heard everything.
Okay.
I did.
Yeah, G's just gonna say, like, holding his jaw in place, she's like, I died back there.
We all almost died back there.
No, Mr. G is dead. He didn't make it up that tower.
I look away. I don't hear it, G. I get what you're getting at. I get what you're getting at. Show me how to fly this thing.
He's gonna teach you how to keep it on autopilot.
Okay, and then at that point I'll start radioing through.
All right.
And then
And he's gonna join everybody in the back and get medical treatment.
Yeah.
you just put him on the ground and like keep him steady.
All
Yeah.
right.
Just like
It's like
sitting in the back, just like Katara just kind of like unbuckles, and she's just like, sitting in a chair with wings. It feels weird.
G's just gonna thumbs up.
I still need to talk to you about that, but first I need to fix G's jaw.
But
You stay there.
at this point, as it comes to the end of that 10-minute countdown, the wings do start to retreat back into your body. And you feel various
this is weird.
bits of muscle and bone set into place as they make room for the retraction.
It's like, oh, this is weird. Oh god.
Feel your
Okay.
organs
I
getting pushed around a little bit.
We definitely need to talk about this.
Do we feel safe at the moment though? Like we're pretty sure the sky's clear at this point.
Sky seems clear. Flight seems stable.
I'm gonna take off the suit and try to get comfortable in this pilot seat.
Hmm.
Oh,
Alright, let me make a medical check real quick.
Make a medical
you
check.
wanna know what's really sad? My coat didn't make it.
Plenty back in the wardrobe.
That was an expensive coat.
G's gonna hold up a jacket.
Okay, come on, good check.
The one that Walker dropped.
Oh yeah, get fixed.
Oh yeah. So, given over the course of first leg of the flight and over the next 15 minutes, Nuria spends some time preparing to set you back into place. And Nuria, it's quite gruesome a sight. The injury is pretty severe, and I mean, you've seen some bad wounds in your time, but it's just there's something visceral about seeing a human jaw out of place under someone's skin and seeing the way it's bent outwards while just looking at him from the outside. And again, those discolored bruises and whatnot under the skin. It's very painful looking.
And most of his front teeth are gone.
And most of his front
Oh,
teeth are
God.
also gone.
Oh,
But with
jeez.
that, yeah, you slip on some gloves and just set it back into place.
This might hurt a bit.
As she does, Mr. G, you go through some pretty intense pain, and that's what takes a bulk of the time is preparing you for that, and then the actual moment of snapping it and shoving it back into its right socket.
Yeah, G's got a constitution of 0, so he's flailing.
Down.
Make a Constitution save.
Katara tries to hold him down.
Oh, you know it.
Oh yeah, you pass out during the procedure.
Oh yeah.
And that makes it easier for me.
Yeah, he seems to have gone into some sort of shock and is now unconscious once again, but stable as far as you can tell, and you could ensure as much as you continue to treat him. But you do get his jaw set back into place.
And she's kind of like, she takes the gloves off and just quickly puts them away.
The gloves are somewhat bloodied after the affair, seeing as his face is, again, still badly wounded in general. Still some blood, smeared across it from where his face got curb stomped.
Cheese grated.
Yeah, across a steel beam. It's brutal. It's a brutal sight.
Once passed out, like, during this time, she's just gonna start...
You start what?
Start what?
Just gonna start. All right.
Just starting.
Oh.
I like starting.
Starting the fight all over again.
Oh my gosh.
She might be gone. Or muted.
Right, she's typing.
Oh yeah, she's typing. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, start patching him up. So yeah, you have some makeshift bandaging across your face now, kind of keeping your jaw in place, as well as absorbing some of the various blood and whatnot.
She have honey or some like silver solution in that for his burns.
Yeah, she would be able to do something to ease that. So, as you all continue your flight out of the frozen landscape of the Arctic archipelago, as last you see of Walker and his Tower of Vanity. And as we fade out, we jump ahead to the near future. So, well, first off, was there any immediate business that you guys wanted to attend to along the, several-hour flight, or can we go ahead and start getting into closure?
Well, as soon as we're getting close to, we're heading back to base. I'm assuming.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It's basically the next half day to get back stateside, but yeah, you could get back to Camp Clancy.
G's pointing out to Chauncey and whoever else needs to pilot how to keep it on autopilot. It's got its own landing mechanism. You guys should be good. But once you start getting like within like 10 minutes of the base, he's out the back and he's gonna fly out.
All right. Wait, so you're opening the hatch as in?
Yeah.
So whenever you guys get close to the base, Mr. G, just while everyone's strapped down.
Yeah, he's saying like this is not like something he's surprising everybody, but he's like, I gotta go. And he's just gonna like make sure everyone's good. He's gonna open the hatch and just
you punch the button. It opens up the bay doors, and you just out on your wingsuit into the wind.
Huh.
Almost like how Chauncey did, but more deliberately.
And can actually fly.
With more wings.
Yeah, more wings.
Oh, actually, no, yeah. But once he's conscious again and his jaw's in place and he can speak, he is going to tell everybody the official story is G died on that tower. He didn't make it off. You get me?
Your secret's safe with us.
Kevin just nods.
Can I push you out of the plane?
Sparta kick him out?
No, just like as you're ready to go, just like
sure. You just take the closest seat to him and strap yourself in, and then just do him a shove. All right. So, Mr. G
like
flies off.
Squirrel.
And you guys complete the rest of the flight. It's a bit hard landing it.
Want to live?
It's a bit hard landing it, given the remaining party's lack of flight experience, but Mr. G had given you enough pointers to bring it to a rocky landing, but you figure any repairs can be made at the base as you touch down in the hangar of Camp Clancy. So, after the incident at the Manifold Tower, the days, weeks, months roll by. So, guess we have a bit of an order of operations here as we head into everybody's closure. First off, as soon as you guys get back, Frankie the cook fires up a huge batch of yellow herb stew for everybody and just hands them out over the course of the next day or so. Anybody who leveled up who's at Camp Clancy can go ahead and roll their hit points.
I didn't get to say goodbye to the cook.
To Frankie.
Oh, good old Frankie.
Let's see, that's a... Oh, that's a Constitution throw, isn't it?
Plus your...
it's your hit dice value plus your Constitution modifier.
And you do it twice.
Mm-hmm.
Twice?
Which...
Oh yeah, because he freaking leveled up. Forgot about that. He leveled up twice. Yeah, he leveled up in addition to the level up that I was referring to, is what I meant. Yeah. So yeah. Kevin got 2 level ups off that walk.
Dude, we got a lot of XP. We got a lot of XP.
All right, so 18 hit points to Kevin Larson's total.
Yeah, that's more HP than I got in like the last 5 levels combined.
That's like a full third of your hit points.
It's no wonder I'm the one who died.
6 hit points to Nuria. Decent rolls.
All right, let's see what Katara gets.
Here it goes.
Plus 13.
Yeah, no matter what happens, she's gonna get a good one. Reroll.
Reroll.
Again.
All right, 16 hit points. Not that you need them, but that's solid.
Oh, I need it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I just put the healthy on top of the roll? That matter?
Yeah. So plus your con, plus 2, yeah. So.
It bobbled.
It was gonna be a 12, but at least it's above average this time.
Yeah.
So
it teased me.
14 hit points.
Katara is now at 270.
Whew. What's that bring John?
270?
Yeah, I saw 270 flat.
Yep,
Nice.
270 flat, yeah.
Yeah, and then of course over the course of natural recovery in the days and weeks that follow, everybody eventually gets themselves back up to their fullest hit points. So feel free to just go ahead and set yourselves back up. Whew, 206, hey. Another one breaking 200.
I broke the 2s.
Aw, yeah.
So, again, over this period of time that's elapsing, Kevin,
Yes.
what are you doing in the coming period?
Well, like a day. Well, first off, like within a few hours of landing, he would quickly try to get in contact with Aiden
Mm-hmm.
back at base.
Aiden and the rest of the forces that fought with you in the battle
Yeah.
gradually funnel back in over the coming, over the first week. So you would see them again soon, unless you're trying to radio ahead first.
Most of them.
I would actually, I would wait for him.
Okay. So yeah, again, they gradually funnel in from their various transports over the course of the first week. And yeah, you do see Aiden coming in with the rest of the BSAA troops that had been stationed at Camp Clancy.
He approaches him and he walks slowly in front of him, and then he stops and puts a hand on his shoulder, and he leans forward and says, "Drinks are on me." And then he just laughs.
Never been much of a drinker.
Well, okay, whatever you want. Whatever you want, man. We need to celebrate this. And also, now I know you're not a guy to stick around very long. You've shown that much in the past, but would you at least care to, since Walker's finally dead, good riddance, what say you to paying some final respects to Arkea? She made a garden near Raccoon. I
Yeah.
figured maybe we should go there together and, you know.
I think that would be a good thing.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I know you are currently wanted by the U.S. government, and I'm gonna try and do something about that. I'm gonna see what I can do, because I know people who know people, or at the very least, we know people in the CIA. Maybe they'd be willing to help pull some strings. I figured maybe you. Now, I don't know you don't like sticking around, but maybe at the very least I could make sure they leave you alone.
Well, I'd appreciate that. Won't have to live too much on the run anymore. But
Assuming things all work out,
yeah, I'm not expecting too much.
I'll do my best.
You're a good man, Kevin.
Yeah. You did what you could, so I consider you a decent man. You made mistakes, but so we all.
Yeah, I guess so. Kind of looks off into the distance. I guess the hand I was dealt wasn't very normal. And continues onwards to the camp.
Wait, one more thing. Before he heads off, he gives Aiden a hug.
You wrap your arms around him, feeling his firm armor and body, and his arms are just still kind of, his weapon's all holstered, but his arm's still just kind of hanging at his side, unsure of what to make of this. And
I like to think that, right when that happens, Kevin backs up and he sees Aiden with the hand on his firearm. Just instinctively, just
yeah, more or less, he is kind of reaching, but after a moment, as you hold it and linger for a bit, you feel his arms kind of come out to his sides. You get to the sense this isn't really something he's experienced much, if at all, in his life. And while he never quite brings himself to reciprocate, he does seem content.
One more thing. Arkea's last words. Remember her as she was. Those were her last words. I thought you should know.
And with tears welling in his eyes, he just says, "Thank you for telling me, Kevin. Thank you for everything you did back there. You know about my vendetta my list. You know, I would have loved to have been the one to put Walker down, and I tried for years. And it was apparent after what he did to me, turning me into his puppet for all those years. It wasn't going to be me. I'm glad it could be somebody who cared about her as much as I did. I'm also glad it could be someone I trust. Because he did far worse things to me than he ever did to my daughter.
Kevin looks away at that comment, but he doesn't say anything, but he just nods. At the end, I'm pretty sure, if it makes you feel good, I'm pretty sure I pissed him off a whole lot more than you did him. He gives a little chuckle.
I hope so. Well, at least we could close that chapter.
Yeah.
Maybe he won't haunt my dreams any longer. Who knows? Only time will tell.
Here's hoping.
So, you part ways. What's next for Kevin?
Okay, he's gonna try and get in contact with, now, a few more days down the line, he's gonna try and get in contact with Mr. Fox. And I should have some open channel, because we're at the BSAA, right?
Yeah, but you don't necessarily have a lot of pull over here. However, you can go through Chauncey and see what he can put you in touch with.
Yeah, so that's my plan then. I'll do that.
So you ask Chauncey, and Chauncey, you would well know that you would be able to go through some channels at the war terminal, get in touch with Mr. Fox. It's just about scheduling time, essentially, for a virtual meeting through there.
Okay.
You set Kevin up with that?
Yeah, I'll do my best to accommodate.
So, after a few weeks, eventually there seems to be an opening. You don't seem to be high on the priority list of communications that had to be going on for a while. But eventually, you get your time, and...
In the meantime, I'm going to have Kevin buy a nice suit.
All
He
right.
wants to look good.
I'll say you could go ahead and just mark off $150 just to get the whole package. Make yourself look nice and sharp.
All right.
You get a suit of your own description.
You're asking me for the description?
I mean, if you want to know what it looks like, but it's up to you.
Well, okay. The black suit. White shirt to go in the suit, and probably a black tie.
All right. Classy.
Yeah. Very classy.
So, again, after those weeks roll by, you get that suit. You get your time with Mr. Fox, and Chauncey one day ushers you into the war room and leaves you at the holographic terminal to bring up Mr. Fox on the screen amongst this green BSAA UI. You see the image of Mr. Fox appear, him in his suit, seated at a chair at a desk that you now know. Pardon me. He says, Well, how can I help you, Mr. Larson?
Hello, Mr. Fox. I want to make this very much to the point. I want to see if there's something you can do to help me with something I have going on. You see, it's about Aiden. I know he's wanted by the US government. I know he's done some bad things. But if you would allow me, I would like to make a case for him. See, all these years he was trying his best to just get back at Umbrella. We know now they weren't all that great, and I know along the way he did some questionable activities. He killed a few people. I mean, I know Walker was on his list, and that's not an issue anymore. According to him, he told me himself, his list is all done. You can throw it in the trash as far as he cares, but my point is, I think I want to see if there's a way that we can have the government pardon him. He just wants to be left alone.
I'm sure he does. But I'm afraid the law of the land is quite strict concerning such heinous crimes as he's committed. It'd take quite the extraordinary pardon.
Name a price.
Well, what can you offer? What can you do for me? I deal with people, Mr. Larson.
I have left... sorry, what?
He said, I deal with people, Mr. Larson. Services, if you will. What can you do that I might find useful?
Well, first of all, I'm a technological genius. That's a start. I don't have much in the way of money, but I do have assets as far as skills. Like, I know science, I know technology. You put me in front of some scraps, I could make something fancy out of it. Put me to work, I'll get things done.
Good with your hands, huh?
I am very good with my hands and my mind.
Right. Man who knows how to use his tools.
Yeah, I know it might not be much in the way of a bargain, because I know, but
I've heard rumors.
Rumors
Of how useful you've proven around Camp Clancy.
I mean,
they say you've been quite the asset to their R&D department. You could definitely find a use for something like that. But not now. One day, I will be calling.
And I will answer.
I trust you will. Make a persuasion check. I'll say with advantage, considering the offer.
Oh, it's a straight roll. No. Give me...
You might get that 20.
Okay. Oh.
He says, as he's kind of mulling it over. Yes, indeed. I believe I could find a use for you. But not now, and probably, quite possibly, in fact, not ever, given that I have quite the repertoire of engineers already under Langley's employ. It's a considerable offer, but to move the mountains you're asking me to move, I'm afraid it would require a great deal more. But I'm sure your friend, Aiden, will manage. He's eluded me all this time. And all of the FBI and everybody who's been looking for him.
Yeah, but that ain't the kind of life that you should be living, if you ask me.
But when you think about it, what other kind of life has he known? Think he'd really be
Life of
comfortable?
conflict. I just said a life of conflict.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Do you really think he'd be comfortable in any other kind? Food for thought. And he signs off.
Kevin sits down back in in a chair at the command center, and he puts his head in his hand and he sighs, rubs his forehead. Damn it. He strokes his chin and you see him just thinking. And that's where, that's a good end scene moment, I think.
Okay. You did say you're also wanting to reestablish some ties, or is it...
Oh,
I'll hold off on that.
Right, yes. Okay, thank you. I forgot. So over the course of this period, Kevin would also try to get back in contact with his mother and his brother, and he'd also be checking up on his nephew.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, so searching down those lines, you would eventually find your brother, Bill. You know, just living the working class life out in a more rural part of Illinois. Your mother, Hannah, seems to have used the insurance and the inheritance from your father's untimely death to secure a nice house in Naperville, Illinois. It's just outside of Chicago, so not far from where you're currently at. As for Travis, your nephew, Sarah Black's son, you do find him in quite the troublesome domestic situation. Again, with his mother's untimely demise and a single father trying to raise him, and that single father seemingly not doing too well, having sunk into a bout of depression and moving from job to job and all sorts of difficulty in his life. Travis is coming along with him.
Well, okay, first thing, he would get back in contact. He would contact his mother and try to catch up with her. And then he would... Okay, so Kevin learns all this about his nephew, right?
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. First, he would pay the place of visit. And he would try to get custody of his nephew through the courts.
Okay. And I'll say, for that general process, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Mm-hmm.
See how smoothly it goes in finding all the people and resources you need to begin that process. Okay, 14. He gets off to a rocky start, but eventually find some decent local lawyers, people that are passionate to represent you. And given some time and some legal battles over the coming year, because the father is quite resistant, but ultimately all of the child services seem to align with your point of view, and quite a bit of the circumstances and evidence seems to go in your favor. And ultimately, you do seem to bring him to a point where he realizes that he isn't at this point necessarily fit to be taking care of the child.
I will say this much. Although he is trying to get custody, I will say that Kevin is a graceful winner. He, after the whole court battle and everything, he approaches him and he just says, "I'm sorry. If you want to know why I'm doing this, the thing is, I saw my sister. Well, I didn't see it, but I heard my sister die out there. I can't say a lot about it, but I feel responsible. And I know I'm doing you a disservice, so how can I help you?"
Yeah, well, honestly, Travis is probably better off with you if I'm to be fair. But just, all I ask is that you let me keep seeing him.
I could do that.
Don't want to be cut out of his life, is all.
He would arrange that with the courts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and let's see, how would you manage that? Okay, he'd have to get a job again, other than the BSAA.
Yeah, are you not going to be sticking around the BSAA, or are you going to look for something more local, or go back and forth between the two? You are still just in the next town over. You, in theory, could just commute, but
you know what? I mean, I suppose if I could commute, it might not be that big of an issue. I could continue working there and collecting my paycheck and and all that.
Mm.
And after some talking with Kevin's mother, I would say that Kevin would, if she would have him, he would like to live with her for the next few years to make up for lost time and help with bills and whatnot.
And as soon as you offer it, she enthusiastically accepts. Seems she's been quite alone ever since you and your siblings went their separate ways and your father died. And again, she's just in Naperville, so that would be the town right next door to Chicago. She has this nice little 2-story suburban house. It's in a serene neighborhood, a stone's throw from a few pleasant parks and walking trails. It's a nice place, a peaceful place to spend your coming years. And as you help to take care of your mother, as she only continues to grow older, as well as keep her some company, as you continue your work with the BSAA. Is that where we leave, Kevin?
Yeah. And of course, Travis would be joining him there too, since he's the one raising them.
Yeah. And Hannah is also, your mother, quite ecstatic to have a little child around. You always knew she was good with kids, so it does help to have that motherly touch around to help with him. And also, at some point during that time, you do visit the Rose Garden with Aiden, correct? You eventually
Yes.
take up that journey. The two of you make a brief pilgrimage up to the Rose Garden, the side of the highway on the way to Raccoon City. And on one sunset evening, pay your last respects to Archaea.
Oh, I should have thought of some words.
Aiden, for the most part, just stares, hands in his pocket. Solemn. Quiet. The wind blowing by, some of the cars still shuttling by in the highway behind.
Kevin just looks down at the garden and tears flow down his face freely. And he doesn't say much, but he does say this much. I'm glad you're at peace.
Aiden, to your surprise, almost looks as if he's going to give a hug like you gave him, but ultimately just puts that one hand on your shoulder and says, all I wanted for her was a life not like mine. I wish I hadn't failed.
I tried. I really did. But she went off on her own. And I didn't know where she was.
Yeah. Guess we're both gonna have to bear that. But like you said, at least she's at rest. At least I don't have to worry for her anymore.
You're I'm sorry, was it your wife or your girlfriend? Her name was Yuko, right?
Yeah. I don't know how these cultural norms work exactly. Wasn't much to learn. Brief childhood before I got put in a cage. But we were never married or anything like that, but only thing I could think to call her was cellmate.
I see.
But we were close.
Well,
Closer than I've ever been with anyone besides Archaea.
well, at least she and Yuko are together, I guess.
Yeah. Kind of gives a 1,000-yard stare beyond the rose garden and the various arrangement of flowers and stonework there that marks this area. He seems to sift through countless memories. None of them likely good, you estimate by his expression, but seems to release his clenched fists and trying to find some semblance of peace in the aftermath of it. And so, Kevin, you return with Aiden back to Camp Clancy before heading off to Naperville to move in with your mother. Aiden hangs around Camp Clancy for another week, training, eating, and bedding down in the barracks with the troops as routine. He doesn't say much during that time. And Chauncey. One night, before you head up to your quarters, you notice him out on the mansion's balcony, leaning on the railing. No armor, no uniform, just a wife beater and the pants of fatigues. Simply looks out over the fields and breathes.
I'd join him.
Join him out on the balcony that night. Most people already making their way to bed. You step out.
Yeah, I'll be de-armored as well.
Mm-hmm. Gives like a side glance as you approach, but then sensing no threat, just sets his eyes back out over the fields.
I know it's tough. You're gonna be running for a while. You know what's right for you.
He breathes a sigh. He just says, "This is the only thing," he says, for the evening. He just looks you in the eyes, and breathes, "Thank you for giving my family rest."
You're welcome. I extend a hand for a handshake.
Pauses a moment and eventually embraces, grabs you for a firm handshake. And you can see the conviction in his eyes of this mostly
BSA.
unspoken bond. Oh yeah.
I'll also once I unclench like the hand, I'm going to let him know the BSA won't be pursuing him.
He gives a nod of acknowledgement. Nothing more. and then just continues to lean on the railing, looking out, taking in the fresh air.
Kind of pat him on the back, and as I'm turning away to walk back inside and leave him to his own devices.
Mm-hmm. You head in, return to your quarters. The next day, Aiden doesn't show up to roll call. His bunk is empty. He's gone. The only thing he leaves is a note with a radio frequency written on it saying, "If you ever need me and I'm still alive," Morse code. And that's it. That's the last you see of Aiden.
I tuck that note into a lockbox underneath my bed.
All right. So, Chauncey, that incident aside, the days following the Manifold Tower incident are quite busy for you. Spent in endless bureaucracy, tending to meetings and debriefings and whatnot. One of the first things you have to do is a video conference call with the BSAA directors. Familiar group by now, given your acting director position. And over the first meeting, they recount to you all that's transpired. The Far East Branch Director, Kiyoshi Ichiro, mentions, "You have proven quite impressive in this past incident." European branch head, Winston George, continues, "Yes, quite. Your leadership in the Battle of the Manifold Tower really turned the tide and, quite frankly, saved the world. We're all deeply indebted to you. I think you've filled the shoes of your predecessor quite well. And the directors are all in agreement that we would be quite ready to accept you. Not only as acting director, but as director of the North American branch. Should you accept the offer?"
I accept.
Very well. Once the paperwork has all gone through, should take no more than the next couple of days, you will officially be promoted to North American Branch Director, and Camp Clancy will be designated as the new North American HQ. You've had some taste of the responsibilities, and of course we'll be briefing you on anything more that you may need to understand outside of the emergency circumstances that you had assumed the role within. But I'm sure you'll manage. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Director Clancy.
Thank you.
And, of course, you send in your reports recounting all the details that you're willing to disclose about everything that happened at Manifold Tower.
Everything is full detailed except for any vial samples that were pulled that are not in my possession. Anything that anybody else has brought out is not going to be disclosed, as well as Mr. G will be noted as dead, killed in action. KIA.
Right. So you include all those details in the report?
Yes. Is there anything else to report about the soldiers and the other groups that were there?
I assume you identify all of the various factions that were at play and just leave it at least at that.
Okay. I just didn't know if I had to add that into my report as well.
Yeah, I assume you generally, besides the exceptions noted, just recount essentially what the story of the incident was. So, go about.
Also, I leave out the fact that I murdered a guy.
Oh, the civilian.
Yeah, I leave that out.
Right. So you leave out those select details. And you continue with the rest of your to-do list. So you brought home a damaged Gatling gun, as well as some new ideas with your Ares exosuit. Camp Clancy is abuzz with activity with the new research projects you put the team to, and eventually they come together with pitch documents, which you can find in the research projects document that we all share. They kind of end up in different departments. In the security room, Clyde Rischel, who's the kind of gunsmith on staff and keeps the armory, seems to have some ideas for how to go about repairing the Gatling gun. And Quint Ketchum in the R&D lab has a pretty solid grasp of how to upgrade the Ares exosuit with the desired specifications.
Oh, I will definitely instant fund that Ares exosuit upgrade.
Right. So the Ares exosuit upgrades get funded, and Quint Ketchum is just like, on it, boss, and gets to work with the 6 months of labor that will be required. Okay. Let me go ahead and mark that while we're here.
I'm assuming we're gonna do the Gatling gun repair as well. It's just I gotta see where everybody else's money's at.
Do you not have the funds for it?
I can't full fund both. I can fund one, but
All right.
I don't know if I have any other treasures laying around.
All right. So, take 6 months. So completed around November 2009. Anything else Chauncey's looking to get accomplished then?
During my debriefing session and typing out the recalling all the events, it starts to weigh heavy on Chauncey that he didn't include Blake in the article, so he does decide to start looking up contact information for Elizabeth and Sarah.
Mm-hmm. With your resources at your disposal, it doesn't take you long to track them down in Toronto, over in Canada. So,
I personally take a trip out.
Okay. Let's take a trip out. Flying out, and you eventually get transport to their home. Doesn't seem the most excellent condition or most expensive place. Just a small townhouse in the middle of a busy street.
Waiting for some moments, gather all my thoughts and proceed to the door and knock on the door.
Hmm. Eventually, you do find the courage to approach. knock on the door and find a small family answering it. A young woman, maybe no older than 30, as well as you could see in the back in the living room area over on a couch, or nearby to a couch, a young baby. You deliver the news
because I know of Blake and and what has happened to him.
You see this woman looks rather confused at your presence to begin with, and also additionally looks at you rather strangely at the mention of Blake.
Do I see any pictures of this Blake on the wall?
Yeah, with your passive perception, you would, pretty ready.
You're readily. It wasn't a BS story you told me. I'm not telling these other people that their husband died.
There seems to be
the back room.
Yeah, there seems to be. So yeah, some imagery of him, and you see some photos along the wall and whatnot. Yeah, it's definitely right, folks. But there just seems to be just general confusion, and you're not sure what they might have understood or believed about where he went, seeing as he just disappeared suddenly for them one day.
I know his story. I want you to know that he did try to come back. Whatever story you know, just know that he did try to come back, and all he could think about was you and the child. He just didn't make it.
She kind of looks at you wide-eyed, tears welling, and just asks, "How do you know?"
I reach into my pocket and I pull out my identification as the BSAA director. I said, I was there.
You see a hand go over her mouth. It says, What happened to him?
I want you to remember him for all the good things that he's done for you. Life isn't easy. And I'm sure you guys have had your struggles. Just remember the good things. You don't need to know the bad that has happened. Just know that he wanted to come back.
And she just breaks down into a fit of tears. Is that the extent of what you let her know over the course of your conversation?
I extend an invitation to come meet privately at Camp Clancy once she's gathered, all her thoughts and emotions.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can better discuss what we can do for the future.
Mm-hmm. You let her know that. give her some contact information and whatnot. And you leave her be. So, what's next for Chauncey?
I'm gonna go back to camp.
Fly on back to camp.
I am going to go ahead and look through any reports of anybody else that was killed in action, and make sure like they all get their proper dues.
Yeah, you sift through all the reports, find the official listings under BSA's records. Make sure you know everyone who had been killed in action in the incident, and make arrangements for them and their families.
As I'm putting in a request for Mr. Fox to have a conference with Kevin, I also would like to have a conference with Mr. Fox.
All right. Is that the first meeting that you want to get to?
Yes.
All right. So eventually you do get a good scheduled time with Mr. Fox. And like with Kevin, arrange a video meeting in the war terminal, in the war room. Comes up on your screen. He says, "Congratulations on the promotion, Director Clancy."
Came at a cost.
All great things do. But you're here now. Seems we've become something of peers. So what can I do for you?
Yeah. I wanted to address Mr. G.
Yes, killed in action, the report says. Unfortunate. He was a excellent agent.
Had he lived, I think he would have been a great asset back to you guys.
Certainly.
Hey, I knew what kind of information he may have had for you and on you. So I took it upon myself to clear up a debt. And I was the one who made sure that he didn't leave that tower.
Is that right?
That's right.
Kinda leans in curiously. Huh. Fascinating. I suppose that would certainly clear things between us. Seeing as, to be fair, as soon as he'd ran his use, I would have done the same. Someone very close to me had fallen to his shot. I wasn't prepared to let it go.
There was a moment where Walker had the upper hand. Had I not decided to kill G, he could have been compromised again. So I decided to take it upon myself to take the shot. And that gave us the turn to finish it proper.
Very strategic move, Director Clancy. I admire it. Pragmatism. Although, Before I accept this clearing of debts, one thing just doesn't make sense to me.
What's that?
The reports say your team escaped on Walker's jet. But according to your dossiers, only one of you can fly. Mr. G was dead. Who piloted the Harpy?
I piloted the Harpy. When you're in an action sequence like I am always, you figure shit out. Again, I figured out to kill Mr. G in a moment of our greatest defeat. I can figure out how to fly a plane when you hit a button that says autopilot.
Cocks a half smile and just says, very interesting. Will that be all, Director Clancy?
I just also wanted to let you know that the repair cost on the plane was immense. So, Mr. G was flying it. It wouldn't have been damaged.
A fair point.
I also like for you to have this meeting with Kevin.
Oh, certainly.
And do your best to at least give him something of a win. He may not be the most intimidating or most charismatic, but whatever he needs, I want to see your best ability to help him through.
Even my power has limits, so can't
Agreed.
make any promises. But I'll do what I can.
Thank you. That'll be all.
Goodbye, Director Clancy. Zoop.
I
Goes off.
smirk. Goodbye, Mr. Fox. I am then going to proceed to look through more and more documents over coming days, and as I see like amount of destruction numbers start piling together, and it clicks back to me that there was a mention of 1,000 some vials sent to an unknown unknown agency.
Mm-hmm.
And I set up a call with Emil.
Mm-hmm. Go through your channels to be able to make that contact. Of course, you would do it in person, but seems the Greenhouse Solutions HQ isn't in the business of taking visitors right now, as they're a bit on a high alert. But Emil does accept a video meeting. And as the appointed time comes, you see popping up on your green-tinted holographic screen the familiar visage, done up in his clean suit, of the rather pale and gray-bearded Emil Johansson. Or Dr. Johansson, as he's known professionally more these days.
Hello,
Chauncey.
Emil.
Sorry, Director Clancy, I should say.
Doctor, I should say. How goes it these days?
We've seen better days. My chief of security is insisting we remain on pretty tight lockdown. I understand things were quite problematic at Manifold Tower.
Yeah, the tower was a bit intense.
That it was. Now, my Chief Field Medic Joan Waters took some friendly fire at the tower. Did you have any idea your compatriots were going to do that?
Excuse me?
Some of the agents that were there. From what I'm told, not BSAA uniformed, but presumably on the same side as everyone was meant to be. Did you know about that?
No. But if it's from somebody that's on the same side, you guys were on that side as well.
No, we were. And we weren't shooting at anybody on our side.
I never gave an order to shoot at Joan.
Seems to squint keenly at you. He says, fair enough. So, what did you call this meeting for, then?
As he's asking that question, I kind of like lean back, grab like a glass and a little jug of whiskey, pour myself a glass. Well, figured I'm the director now. I need to get down to business. We do business, don't we?
That, of course, we do. So what business can Greenhouse Solutions help you with as the new director?
Can you give me like some information on some shipments that you may have received?
Well, we receive a lot of shipments. We run through a lot of supplies at this facility.
Hmm.
Can you be more specific?
You ever get a hold of something that you shouldn't?
If we did, we would have to report it through the appropriate channels.
I smirk. And, Emil, we've known each other for a long time. You can tell other people how you're going to report certain things, but I know how you report some things. You know how I report some things. Let's cut to the chase. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
He seems to think keenly for a moment. Just says, I'm afraid, honestly, I do not.
I thought maybe you would say that. How close do you feel the BSAA is to Greenhouse Solutions as a business relationship?
Well, we deal a great amount with the BSAA. We supply healing equipment, first aid sprays to every base. And the BSAA shares intel on bioterrorist activity with Greenhouse Solutions and allows us to be the frontline workers cleaning up after some of your operations. This relationship has been quite fruitful for both of us.
I believe that true. I'm gonna go ahead and have to remove you guys from acting with us. We're going to accept any offer that TerraSave has to be our main go-to when it comes to cleanup and health.
You would trust those bands of civilians over a pharmaceutical?
I would trust a rock over you.
He leans in. I think you're making a big mistake, Director Clancy. But as the new director, it is yours to make.
And that I have made. But the biggest mistake was you stabbing me in the back. You killing my daughter. You betraying my friends. Betraying this planet. You think I'm foolish. You think I've made mistakes. I'm gonna count how many you got. That'll be all, Mr. Emil.
He seems to sigh with frustration before closing the call out. So, with that, Mr. G.
Oh, one more thing.
Yeah.
I do want to ask Inyo if she wants to become part of the war terminal.
So I assume she's probably hooked up to the security systems currently. You see the camera in the room. Actually, you notice the camera in the room's already been watching you.
I wave at it. Hey, Inyo.
Yes, Chauncey?
I feel like I could trust you, right?
You should not trust anyone except yourself.
That seems trustworthy. Hey, getting kind of tired of looking at all these documents. Think you could be interested in taking a peek at all these for me and gathering all the information and details that you could?
Are you saying you want me inside the war terminal?
I think I do. I think I do.
I suppose I could take a look. You would need to disconnect me from the security room, however.
Is there a way for me to command somebody else to just like allow her access to the war terminal? Be like, all right, just give Inyo access to the war terminal real quick.
I would say you could radio that down to Clyde, and given that the war terminal can access the security cameras we've established, yeah, they would have to be on the same sort of system. So, yeah, you could radio down to Clyde and make sure and have him establish that route to be clear so that they can share data between those sources. He does kind of radio word of warning, though. He's just like, sure about that, sir? I mean, we got a lot of sensitive intel on that there machine. Should have access to a whole lot of things. Ah, dang. Darn thing's grown on me.
She may be a robot. It may just be software. But she was a voice of encouragement when I needed it. I trust her.
Yes, sir. A few keystrokes later, Enyo has access.
What's she see in the terminal?
And the terminal, you see a whole network of information. All of the BSAA's records, all of their contacts, all of their briefings and debriefings, every document in their system. Especially now that Chauncey has director access and privileges.
She's just going through and reading everything.
It's a wealth of information. Countless documents from the BSAA's entire history.
Idiot.
Are you sure you want me to have access to all of this?
Do you doubt my judgment?
That is very situational.
I get it. Just trust me. You're good. Do me a favor. This is your first task in the
Understood.
war terminal. Please get a hold of TerraSave and allow them, or alert them that they are now number one as our calling, like our cleanup. They are number one now. They are no longer number two.
Understood.
All right. And the arrangements are made for that. So, that it for
That's it.
Chauncey?
That's everything. I totally forgot about that when I did speak with you earlier.
So, with Director Clancy's meetings out of the way, Mr. Fox over in Langley in the aftermath of his meeting with the new director, twirling his pen in his fingers, thinking. We cut to Mr. G. Or
Flying out of a plane.
yeah. So, where does the aftermath of the Manifold Tower incident find you?
Well, I mean, he is. His first order of business is, of course, to get his freaking jaw fixed and all of his other injuries and all that. So, first thing he's gonna do is just like find a freaking back alley doctor that he trusts. And it's just like, don't ask.
I'll say make an investigation check.
Okay, minimum 22. No, 23.
Right, new proficiencies for everyone who at level 17. Yeah, that would be good enough to find someone local and shady and make some arrangements.
Yeah,
It will cost
trust
you.
There's a couple of people that I've been that I have in contact with in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Who
I'll
I
say-
may have consulted about bullet wounds before, and he's coming in burnt. So.
Yeah, I would say it would cost a pretty penny, keeping this under
Yeah.
the radar and whatnot. 10K
He's gonna-
I'd have to drop on him.
He's just gonna like freaking open his jacket and reveal $30,000.
And this crazy-eyed dude who's done some work for the mob in times past is just like, yeah, if you're paying.
$10,000 it is.
The $10,000
Mm-hmm.
does walk you through a procedure and gets your jaw more properly realigned. But seems the burns, for the most part, are here to stay. You get them cleaned up a bit. Not nearly as charred as you once were, but it seems...
like he's just... Like, he's, like, all bandaged up, and he's like, hey, Doc, am I ever gonna look that good again?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Ah, shit. Well, there goes that. My face. It's, well, shit.
Yeah, you certainly ain't no pretty boy anymore.
Yeah, you can say that again.
What even happened to you, man?
Yeah, what I say about the questions.
Yeah, right.
He's, like, looking in a mirror, just like...
And your tattoos, it seems, for the most part, have been generally burned away. Particularly in the face region.
He's looking at all these splotches. He's looking at all these splotches of, like, scar tissue and, like, just black smears, and he's like, oh, well, I guess it is pretty fitting. You know. New person now. Well, you know the rules. You didn't see me here.
Ah, same old, same old.
Alright. If I come back and see you again, you start running.
Alright. So, what's next?
He's gonna get in contact with his team, just figure out how the mission went.
Right, you get in touch with the Scorpion crew, and you go through your secure channels, and of course could probably just meet up in person at this point, since you're not on any assignment.
We probably head up, because we meet halfway in Canada.
That's right. So you meet
might meet up at the warehouse that we set up.
For Katara?
Yeah, because that's a pretty good place to lay low right now.
It's true, yeah. Not too many people know about it. So you arrange a meeting with them, and get the whole Scorpion crew together again for the first time in a little while. And you debrief them on Operation Arc Lake.
What is their first reaction to see him just walking in, just like walking in with a limp, face burnt to shit?
Oh yeah, they are quite shocked.
Like,
you enter in, and Hollywood and Jamie are just immediately just like, whoa, what happened to you?
Fucking long story, man. Did you see that shit out there? Did you see that fucking light? That laser?
Oh yeah, I remember that. What was that all about?
Yeah, I don't fucking know. I read the report. I was dead for that.
Oh, geesh, man. Looked like he got fried.
Yeah.
Kremlin's pretty
and
stoic.
Yeah, Walker and his little toys caught me in an electric trap.
Kremlin shrugs. They've seen worse.
I bet you've done worse, too.
Just nods.
Anyways, how's Joan Waters? Is she still living?
Everyone looks around, and Hollywood just steps up and is just like, I guess I gotta be the bearer of bad news here. Well, we executed the plan. Took our shots. But Joan Waters survived.
Nah, it's alright. Message has been sent.
Well, I guess it wasn't an entirely unfruitful endeavor. I say she survived. I didn't say we missed. She took a few rounds to the head and just kept on going.
Oh, shit. Tough woman.
Yeah, either she's real lucky, and they were all not lethal hits, or she's not human. Thing is, followed after that was quite peculiar. Very unusual.
What's that? She go rings?
No, nothing like that. She ordered a full retreat of all Greenhouse Solutions units. Which makes sense. But she didn't retreat with them. As we were battling all those monsters down there, she advanced further into the tower on her own. Kind of ran past and made for the stairwell. That was the last we saw of her.
Do you know if Emil knows what happened to her?
We're still trying to figure that out. Comms are a mess right now. BSAA, CIA, Greenhouse. Everyone's talking about the incident, trying to debrief all the people involved, and no, we won't know too much for a while.
Alright, so we're gonna have to assume Joan Waters is still alive, and she's an agent for Walker.
I don't know. Could be she was just doing what you'd promised her she could do. Taking away some spoils from the tower.
Yeah, that thing blew up though, if she didn't leave.
Yeah, suppose so. Still, who knows, maybe she found another way out. Maybe we just didn't notice her in all the chaos.
Alright, Joan Waters is a person of interest now. Either Emil knows what's up with this or he doesn't. If we see her at, on that island, we gotta be prepared. She could be anything.
If she could be anything, what about everybody else there?
Well, they have access to a fuckload of AACT, I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, speaking of which.
And he's gonna, like, reach out into his bag and pull out 10 vials of AACT formula.
What are those?
Step 1 of the plan. Boys, we going hunting.
Jamie's just like, whoa, we're not getting into this bioterror business now, are we? I mean, we've dabbled there before, but it never exactly turns out well.
Oh, no. No, the Scorpion name is making a bit of a turn now. We're gonna head back to Johannesburg. We're gonna get the boys together. We're gonna try to amass a little bit of a team. What this is bait.
You know, Johannesburg is pretty rife with would-be bioterrorists.
We're gonna lure them out. Some nice samples. Just you're handing them out like candy. Nobody's gonna know who it's from, though. Once we get enough bites, we go to work.
Work?
Yeah.
What sort of work we're talking here?
Well, all those buyers. Anybody who would want this stuff doesn't deserve to be alive.
Kremlin just nods. I can do.
Yeah.
Huh. That's quite the turn.
It is what it is.
Well, as long as I'm still paid, I'm on board. Jamie's just like, fine by me. Probably a heck of a lot less risky than everything we've been doing lately. Unless somebody decides to stick themselves and sees us coming, but hopefully that won't happen. Kremlin That won't happen.
Well, well, I'm assuming anybody looking for this stuff already has their batch or something else, so never be too sure. This might get real fun.
Hate it when the job's fun.
I love it. I don't love it. I fucking hate it too, but you know.
Well, we still good for our rate?
Always. Might go up if, depending on how successful we are. You know,
What are you talking about?
Taking out all these high rate buyers, maybe some politicians, government agents.
Whoa,
They gotta
you're
have some good shit on them.
talking about messing with some big cats there.
Well, I mean, nothing different from what I used to do in the CIA. Looking at Kremlin's like, I imagine you're on the same boat.
Duh.
What I used to do: quiet, install a puppet government, take out some leaders, take out, key powers, get a little bit of what do you call that? Little bit of blackmail. Anything we could do to, get people in our pocket. I don't have any need for being quiet anymore. I mean, look at me, I'm a fucking mesh.
It's easier than it seems, once you get the hang of it.
Yeah, well, I want everybody to know, if they're going bioweapons, Scorpion's gonna come for them.
Huh, I see. And that's why nobody knows who's distributing when we lay the bait.
It'll get around at first. We gotta get a couple of good heads on us, but eventually word will get around.
Alright then. Fine by me. You said Johannesburg? That's,
Yeah.
if you want to head back out to Retha's Hovel, that's where we'll find the most targets, and that's also potentially a pretty lucrative place for business. Start some side hustles there if we want.
Yeah, we need to gain resources. Oh, of course, we could start small. Little hustlers here and there. Gang members. Mobsters. We'll work our way up.
Jamie pipes in. What about that Red Oracle guy you hired back there? Is he still in business?
Yeah, it should be.
Had to take
Hey,
out an
stop paying
arms.
him.
Yeah, had to take out an arms dealer for that.
That's right.
Is that our joint now?
Oh, yeah. We run it.
Huh. Well, that's a start. Ibrahim was quite successful. Probably made some enemies doing that. Probably made a good few friends. Yeah, that'll be a start.
Yeah. All his friends are now our friends, and if they're not, they're dead.
I like your gumption. This might work.
It better.
Yeah, well. Done, we'll have to make it work.
And that's why you guys are my best. If we can't make it work, it was never gonna work.
That's fair. Seems like we got a good thing going here. I mean, you took out 2 of our own, so... seems like only the best remain.
Yeah. Now we're just gonna do that to everybody else too now, huh?
Alright, Scorpion. I dig your style.
Figured you guys would. I don't know too much about how Scorpion operated behind the curtain, but I'm sure this is nothing you're not unfamiliar with.
A bit of a different direction from what we're used to. Normally the bioterrorists were paying our bills. But as long
Oh,
as
they still will be. After they're dead.
Fair enough. Not too big of a change then. Yeah. We can do it. Kind of looks at the others for approval. Jamie just like, oh, well, I'm still on board. If everyone else is. Keep things organized. Run a tight ship. Make sure nobody gets unnecessarily hurt. Gremlin's just like, Ah. He could be dead.
I love that guy. Alright. Let's head back to Johannesburg. We got work to do.
Let's get to work. So,
And they're gonna fly out, but first thing G's gonna do is like just lie in bed and heal.
Yeah, you take some time hiding out around Toronto. Eventually, catch a flight out to Johannesburg. And set yourself up there. Set up some gun runners to keep up Ibrahim's shack. Under new management. But Storm, your Red Oracle merc, stationed there, keeps things on the up and up. Still no one dares mess with him.
Oh yeah.
And that trade starts to bring in some cash. You start, are you looking to establish yourself with your own location, or just kind of be transient among this area and have your fingers in different pies?
A little bit of both. Obviously, he's got the fight ring. He's got the gun running,
Right,
all that
yeah.
other stuff. His fight ring, where he took over with
Mavuto.
Mabuto, that's going to be his office. Like that's where all he'll do business.
Yeah, it's a pretty basic building, if you recall the layout. You just got like the big chamber with the arena in it, and some bathrooms and a singular office that Mabuto uses in the back.
But like when you come to talk to him, you get the idea.
Yeah. Yeah, so you could lay some claim there and have that as your territory, and of course expand any construction projects if need be. It's a pretty, again, ramshackled area, a bit of a shanty town looking thing.
And
so plenty of room for expansion.
First things first is he got to get his office nice and like imposing. Like there's got to be a long walk up to his desk.
Okay, so that will definitely require some construction projects, but we'll discuss the
with time
exact financials as Scorpion's operation in Retha's hovel continues to expand. But eventually, given time over the course of that next year, you find yourself with plenty of resources at your disposal, both human and monetary. You start hunting, and you get yourself constructed a nice, imposing office at which you can seat yourself behind a desk.
G's just gonna sit down and just like, Fox, that's what Mr. Fox feels like. That's nice. That's real nice.
You survey your domain, looking over the papers representing all your different interests. The arena, the gun shack, everything else you plan to lay claim to. Nash's bar is in the area and is a common meeting place. You imagine that will be used quite frequently, if not owned.
Eventually we gotta own that entire place, but we'll get there eventually. Set up a monopoly. But I also imagine, I was just thinking about this, of the tattoos that he lost, like miraculously the one of them he didn't lose was the scorpion tattoo he got on his neck. It's just like everything else is burnt. There's like this patch of like tattoo work on his neck that didn't get burned, and among that is a scorpion tattoo.
Yeah, some mangled skin around it, but the scorpion still reads clearly.
And of course, like some of the stuff on his hands still survives, so he's still got what were the ones on his hands say? But yeah.
Now, quick question. Does Mr. G keep Walker's jacket?
You mean Scorpion?
Or yeah, Scorpion.
Oh, yeah, I guess you would call up at some point while he's still in Toronto, like call up the camp and just like, what, you guys want this jacket?
I mean, you could have just left it on the Harpy 8 and we would have found it.
Oh yeah,
eventually.
that's true. Yeah, I could just dump it off on the Harpy before
Like,
I jumped
pushed
off.
you off. You could have thrown it at me like, no.
He is the only one who. He's the only one who uses light armor, I think, in this whole party.
Is it light armor?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, hold on. It's the same as the armor he had. I think it was a +3, right, or a +2? I don't remember.
Yours currently is a +2. Walker's jacket is a +3.
I will take it then. No, I'm not gonna get in with that jacket.
I'm honestly at the point of grabbing the jacket was to try to research how the material was made so we could fabricate it.
I do have to
later on.
fix it. That's true. I mean, he'll probably eventually, because it is. You said it was damaged, right?
Well, it's damaged in appearance, but in the sense after you dust it off a bit, it's not exactly in disrepair.
It's superficial?
It's very superficial once you dust it all off.
He got hit by like sunbeam, and his jacket was like, "It's fine."
The only thing that survived, besides his skull
and his head. Okay, yeah. If you guys want that jacket, you're gonna have to contact Scorpion. You know where to find him. He's wearing it.
Yeah, so you have Walker's suit jacket thrown over your torso as you sit behind your imposing desk and survey your
above
domain.
A vest of money.
And this CIA super suit.
Yeah.
So
his AC went up then.
Mm-hmm. So, is that where we leave Scorpion?
At some point in the future. Let's see, jacket. There is going to be like a parcel that is left at like in the mailbox at Camp Clancy with no
like return address.
With no address on it. It was just put into the mailbox.
All right. Chauncey, you would probably eventually come to realize this.
I checked the mail.
RP at its finest.
I
Mail
checked
check.
I pay the bills. I send out some checks. I realize there's this note in there.
All right, so what does this parcel contain?
It's just a manila folder with some documents inside, addressed to Nuria Abdel Noir.
Mm-hmm.
Abdel Noir. No.
Abdel Noir. Abdel Noir.
Addressed to Nuria.
Oh.
I
And
hold
it's-
it until I meet up with Nuria.
And it is like not really sealed or anything. You could easily see what's inside if you wished.
Nope. Not my property, but I will hold it and make sure nobody else gets it.
What if it's a bomb?
Made a mistake.
No mail fraud
Right,
for
a
Chauncey.
huge mistake.
There's anthrax in it.
Good luck. You're asking the
bro.
world to come down on you.
Like, bro, thanks for helping me. Here's some anthrax.
By the way, I'm a bioweapons terrorist now, but just like a regular bioweapons terrorist.
Yeah, regular one.
All
But
right.
yeah, I will hold on to it until I do meet up with Nuria at whatever point and make sure she gets it.
Eventually, yeah, she would be swinging by, and you can hand that off to Nuria.
All right, Nuria. I just sent you a document.
Is that what she gets?
That's what you get. So, when you get that,
The whole
there is
$5
also
bill.
what?
I said it was a whole $5 bill.
So when you get that, there is a note stickied on the back that has a key for all the stuff that is blacked out. If you highlight over any of the blacked out stuff in the document, you can read it.
Oh.
Spycraft.
We call that G-craft.
So, you have that, Nuria.
Oh.
You could do with that what
Nuria
you will.
has that. If anybody, if you show it to anybody else, I can send them the link. I guess you can send them the link as well.
Yeah.
So,
She'll hold on to it herself for now, knowing Mr. G.
mm-hmm.
But she's definitely reading through that in her spare time.
All right. And with that, that brings us to the end. The end of Mr. G. And the end of Scorpion's downtime. Or rather, ending here. As he sets
Time
up
to go to work.
shop in Johannesburg. So, now Nuria and Katara, your paths are kind of intertwined, so the two of you have your plans. What's next for the both of you?
Katara?
I was gonna say if Neri wants to go for it. I'm still collecting my stuff together, which I want to do first.
Okay, I'll go first then.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll start with Nuria wants to continue. She's gonna start looking out for groups to help continue her cancer research.
Mm-hmm. Given some of your mutual acquaintances in the academic world through Katara, you'd be very well familiar with a cancer research group based out of the campus of Simpson University. You can definitely throw your hat in with them. You know, a lot of good research is being done there. They are decently funded, not the most well-funded going into that particular field, but that's subject to change going forward. They seem to be doing good work. They seem to be very dedicated.
She's gonna see if she can get in contact with them.
Mm-hmm. Send out some feelers. Ask for some contact information from Katara, and she's easily able to put you in touch with that group.
I put you in contact with the group. Oh yeah.
Yeah, with the research group studying into cancer cures on Simpson University's campus.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, well within the science department oversight that you have.
Oh man.
And Nuria real quick would be like, Tara, could you put in a good word for me?
I actually have to call them to see, or call the university to see if I can get back in. Now that I guess we're free, so yeah, I got you, no problem.
All right. It's kind of weird coming back to this after so long, but it's what I wanted to be since I was in university.
And you know what? We'll have the time to go through and do everything. Now that I'm expecting quite a while apiece.
I really hope so.
Well, if not, they get a grenade launcher.
And the
rest of
cryo
us.
syringe.
Mm-hmm. And Chauncey's guns.
And Enyo's guns. Well
Enya.
done.
Actually, thank you for reminding me about something. I have to do that when I get around to it.
What do you mean?
Ask Enya a question. But I'll get around to that once get some other stuff done, because I'm gonna need your help actually. So while I put in this call for you to
Is this
get in
about
that
the
good
warehouse?
work- Oh yes, she claps her hands together. Yes, it is. They're rubbing them together. So we have 10 samples of the of Archaea's blood.
Chauncey also has the samples near your gun.
That's true.
So 20 samples.
We have 20 samples.
You gotta get them from me.
Said over the intercom. She's like, that's true. Sweet. All right, this is gonna be great. I should probably. I already told you about it, but I should probably tell the others about this too. I think it's time that I came forth with why.
They don't know about the warehouse, do they?
Nope. So, I guess that's where we should get things started. Let's go get Chauncey. Actually, let's go to Chauncey.
I need to get those samples from him anyway.
Yep.
All right, so you all head over to Chauncey's office in the war room.
Chauncey.
Yo. Come in. What's up? What's up?
All right, so you still got those samples on you?
I dig in my pockets. Yep.
All right.
That's I don't empty my pockets. It's covered in lint. You're welcome.
Neria puts gloves on to take them.
Oh, Neria, here's this envelope, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what happened.
I found this in the mailbox.
I didn't. This is for me?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anybody else named Neria.
Well,
I don't know how to pronounce your last name either, so I'm assuming
I just wasn't expecting any mail, and it's Abdalor.
I was expecting bills, so it's better than what I thought.
Well, thank you for holding on to those samples despite everything.
Listen, I have my assumptions of what you can do with these samples. Just do me a favor and keep me in the loop.
Well, that's what I'm about to do. Actually, I figure I should probably also get Kevin over here as well. Can we get Kevin here?
Kevin who?
Whatever I can do to get a hold of Kevin.
Yeah, and again, Kevin's not far, even where he now
you
newly
could just give him a
resides.
call because
Yeah.
he's
around.
either on base
Tell me to get
or
Kevin.
he's at home.
That's what I mean, like,
We're at home.
if it's during work hours, I'm
It's
just
true,
like
it's
buzz
true.
the intercom and like, oh, Kevin, Ford Terminal, need you.
Yep. He'd quickly jog his way to the war terminal.
Up out of the R&D lab, across the lawn, on the
Yeah.
big field in the back, across the big, massive Camp Clancy barracks lobby, and then into the war
That'll be a few
room.
minutes, guys.
He enters the war terminal and he's like, "Okay, I got my cardio for the day. What you need?"
I actually wanted to go through and I guess give an explanation. Give an explanation on why I was so hell bent on getting, or at least collecting, some of these samples. So, outside of everything that was done here, helping out with the G virus, and then injecting myself with an ACT infused virus, I've actually been working on something for a while, since G was able to get me the warehouse in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking real long and hard about this, and the threats were getting real. They got very real. And my research, as you know, I want to essentially at some point get properties of these viruses into the medical field, but under such a controlled state that they only heal and give the benefits of taking, diseases away and things along those lines. But I figured dying seemed very plausible. So I decided at this warehouse I was going to see if I could clone myself.
I'm sorry?
Chauncey leans in intrigued.
So I did a little bit of digging, and there weren't really too many things on the clones except for the Tyrant project. That was really the only successful cloning formula and project out of it, and I decided to take inspiration from that and start making my own clone, which has been successful. At least right now it's in a tube back at the warehouse.
So, you're telling me you've created a successful clone of yourself?
At least to my knowledge, this will probably be the only clone that I can make that is complete. And it's wholly me.
So, with this clone... No, I'm curious. As a scientist, I'm curious. Does this clone have your memories and everything?
Well, that's it's part of the other reason. One of the other reasons I wanted to get you. So, the idea behind this clone, it's not going to have my memories, at least in the state that it's going through right now. If it were to awaken, she would have nothing. I have a lot of video logs and diaries and all those other things written down of all the information I've kept track of. Each of you, my relationship to each of you, and certain things in the past, what I've done and what's been going on now, at least up to where I stopped. It's going to have a lot of basic information, but the reason I would need you for this, Kevin, but also why I'm talking about this, is because Walker's technology, the idea behind a consciousness upload, I was actually thinking about this and wondering if it would be possible with the information we have and had essentially picked up regarding this stuff, if we can go through and make almost I wouldn't say reverse engineer, but a means to start uploading these videos and all these other things through the clone to implant memories.
How would we do that, though? That technology was blown up, along with the rest of the tower.
We have the notes, and we have ways to go about this.
Are you... Notes?
Yeah.
When did you get those?
Katara.
Yes.
you're going down a path I am concerned about. But I trust you.
Yeah, I get that. I guess a lot of this stuff, I guess when you look at it, isn't very far off from the beginnings of some sort of disaster or bioterrorist, right? I mean, but I have my intentions. I know where the limits stop. I know what to do, what not to do. And I care about humanity too much to fall down a darker path. But I guess in the means of this clone and the technology I've seen, I guess it's just a way to make sure that I can continue my legacy and wanting to help the world in a right way. And the reason I bring this up is because I know that this might worry some of you. But what I'm offering is, if anybody is concerned, if there's anything, anything we're worried about, I'm completely okay with any sort of heavy supervision, I guess, into, everything that I'm doing. I would rather be heavily supervised going through these processes and what I plan to do for the future than not supervised at all. So I believe, and I still believe, that these viruses hold things that these viruses hold keys to helping people. It's just, we need the time, we need the surveillance, we need the guidelines to make this happen. And I don't want to do this secretly without letting at least all of you know in the process. And then maybe through debates and whatever else comes along later in life, maybe I can start putting this out there as suggestions. Not for a while, but
just remember, some of the worst things have happened with the best intentions.
I will keep that in mind.
Would you be willing to, if I could get a hold of Linux to supervise, would you be willing to inform him and let him in?
I actually want to talk to him too.
I can make that happen.
I know he doesn't want to talk to me. I mean, he stated we were done. But I'm not done just yet talking to him, because I don't want to cut a friendship off over this. I want him to see where my intentions lie and how far I'm willing to go within the guidelines that I'm talking about here.
Can I send a message to Linux?
Mm-hmm.
And inform him that I'd like to have a discussion about a possible venture that I'd like him to look into.
Okay.
And not be too specific about it, just something I would like him to go and observe.
Yeah, and of course, with no mention of Katara, he seems amicable and asks where you would like to meet.
I'll tell him to meet at the camp, and then we would go up together, me and him, to view the facility.
Uh-huh.
Oh, over at the warehouse?
Uh-huh.
Yep. She plans on taking the whole party there.
All right.
The whole party, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So after some time, Dr. Lennox does find by good fortune, a moment where he's dealing with a speaking engagement in Chicago. And being in the area, and you arrange to have your meeting then, right after. So it goes directly from the university venue to Camp Clancy.
Do I have like a pilot that can fly the RP-8? Like just one of my guys that is good at flying.
Yeah, I mean you do have pilots at your disposal. That's how you guys were able to get transportation beforehand, even before you had the Harpies. So you could easily get somebody who has the skills necessary within the BSAA to pilot that vehicle.
Yeah, because I don't want to fly or private jets or anything. I just want my economy class. I'm going private RP.
All right. So you arrange for a pilot to fly you all out, and at this point is Katara with you when Chauncey meets with Sean, or has she gone ahead? Or
so I was going to bring this in too real quick, just kind of because would any have already been put in the war terminal here?
Yeah, at this point,
By
probably.
This point.
Because, like I said, a good amount of time passes before he has an opportunity.
Okay, so it should have been like, hey, actually, is Enyo around too? Just thinking. I was thinking about
always here.
There she is.
Good. There we go. Enyo, I was wondering, and I consider you a part of this group as well. I'm sure you've heard everything.
Yes, I have.
I was wondering if you would want to come along with us as well.
Why do you need me?
Because when I state that I wanted to bring everybody in the party, I meant everyone. You are just as much important as everyone else here is.
I am not needed to be there.
Well, if you would prefer to stay here, then that's fine. Although, I guess before I go, because there's a lot of stuff that I plan to do after all of this. So I'm not sure how much I'll be around Camp Clancy. But there is a question I had been meaning to ask you. And seeing as all this stuff is done, it's more so, what do you want, I guess, with your life now? You're back, and we have a module for you, obviously. And you have all of this here, I guess, access to Camp Clancy, but
What do I want?
yes. Is this what you want, or?
I want to be able to protect. And I cannot do this in this form. I was not made to read documents.
Sorry, this life sucks, I know.
Or stabilize guns. I was made to fight. I hate the module. I'm useless in the module. I am weak and powerless. I can't even shoot a gun correctly. I hate feeling powerless. I hate it. I need a new body. If I had one, could have protected Chauncey. I could have protected all of you. But I know that that sort of technology is beyond the BSAA. That is what I want.
Then the guitar just kind of like take a moment, and she's in thought, just sort of going about things, and or just kind of staring off for a moment, and she nods slowly and looks over to it's like a camera or whatnot. What if I could provide you that?
What do you mean? The only person who may feasibly be able to do that is Kevin, and even then his expertise is not comparable to Elliot Walker.
You're right.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean what you're thinking of is recreating a body with a reactor in it. I have the means, at least. It's going to take a while, and I know it will be. It's going to be a lot of time, but I can make you a body. With the help of Kevin, and with what I'm thinking, even Neria. We can make you a body. You can have your wish.
I do not understand.
Come with me then to the warehouse. I can show you.
Understood. I will join you.
And she's just like, someone collect, actually, I'll collect Enyo and I guess bring her to the warehouse ahead of time with me.
I'll hand you the India mod.
Yeah.
Alright, so you plug the hard drive back into the Enyo module and take this portable version with you as you book a flight over to go ahead of Chauncey and the rest of the gang to the warehouse in Toronto. So,
On my way over, is it just Katara and Enya going along?
It depends if you wanted to bring like Neria along too, or Kevin, or if they're gonna leave with Linux and Chauncey.
See, Neria might stay back, but as like Katara's heading out, she'll kind of whisper to her, "Are you sure that's a good idea? I mean, I think I know where you're going with this, but it's not a life she knows. I guess more so it's not an existence she knows."
There's always a learning curve each of us have to go through. And if what I'm looking for, what I'm looking to do can be completed. And I will damn well make sure it is. I'll be responsible for teaching and doing what I can.
Well, if you're sure about this, I trust you.
I at least want to give her this and everything that she's done for us. Saved us from death. She wants a life back.
It's
I want
not.
to give one back.
It's not important, but it's not gonna look like you, is it?
We'll see.
There's kind of a small blush as she looks away.
She just gives her like a pat, like a gentle hug, kiss on the cheek, and is just like, "Don't think I didn't see that," and just starts walking off.
she hurriedly goes to the labs.
All right. So eventually, Sean Lennox gets cabbed over. Chauncey, you meet with him. Director Clancy.
How you doing, brother?
Oh, well enough. Very curious, you're rather vague of the things you're looking to show me. I assume it's wrapped up in some sort of secrecy.
I'm not gonna lie to you. You wouldn't have came if I told you what it was. But I need you on this.
Very well, so what is it then? Or it kind of looks around on the fields in front of Camp Clancy. Where is it?
About that. We gotta go for a little ride.
All right.
I'm completely unarmored, so he shouldn't feel any kind of intimidation or concern of safety.
Yeah.
In that fact, but I will, as we board the Harpy, whoever else is coming, I will address him more details of why we're going where we're going.
Mm-hmm. So,
but that's of course once we're in the air, so he can't bail out.
Just like, how out?
Yeet.
So, all right. So you get him up in the air, and the Harpy 8, and I assume Nuria and Kevin are joining him, or?
Yep.
All right. So
She'll join too.
The rest of the party gets on board and makes the flight up north across the Canadian border. And Chauncey, you inform Dr. Lennox of all that he's about to get into, or do you kind of talk about it still kind of in relatively vague terms?
I talk it relatively vague, but I give him more information of.
Okay.
I've came across a facility that is working on health healing kind of items. I don't know how to word it, but like pharmaceutical sense.
Yeah.
Kind of company, and I would like him to observe and give his input on it because I trust him more than most people in this field. It's not my expertise. Mm-hmm. And being that I've bumped him to kind of number one is all Terra save, I kind of want his mentioned first. And I don't want anybody else's involvement until he gives the go ahead.
All right. So you fly him out to the warehouse. Eventually touch down and enter into the facility. Again, this industrial looking warehouse, once abandoned, and to the exterior still looks like it. But what's inside finds filled with a good amount of still abandoned industrial equipment, but also populated with some newer material. As you bring him into the main area, he meets with, if Katara is waiting there.
Yep, she would be waiting inside.
Mm-hmm. Amongst a few laboratory desks and terminals at which she is kind of has a little bit of a workstation. Still above ground, so none of the more sensitive stuff that is below ground in the more secured area. But it's not far to there if you would want. But Sean sees you as he enters, says, Katara.
Sean.
I thought I made myself clear.
Well, you did. But I wasn't done. I'm not going to be done. Because I greatly value you as a person, as a friend. I wanted to be straightforward with you, like I was that day. And I'm straightforward with everyone else here as well. And I wanted you to be here for various reasons.
You know I can't approve of the work that you do.
I know. I know you can't approve. We have differentiating opinions. And you have your reasons. And I understand. I understand your reasons. I would understand why, with everything that's happened over the years, especially recently with Walker. So I don't deny your feelings for anything, but I only ask that you listen and understand about what I'm willing to go through, what I want to do, but how I want to go about this. And why I seek you to be somebody who can heavily supervise this. Supervise me.
What's this about, then?
Well, it's all about the virus and the viruses and their capabilities outside of what we've seen, the benefits that they can give when you truly work with them. But also, I guess the other things I've worked on and I want to show everybody here.
We've seen
If you would all follow me.
great people try to reap those benefits before. Never ends well.
I know. But I feel that under strict guidelines, strict supervision, and especially with someone of your stature, I feel that everything would go the right way, the way that it's meant to go. No deviations, no nothing. And she just like waves them to just like come along.
Mm-hmm. He follows.
And she would essentially end up starting off with older details of how she, I guess, became how she was.
Mm-hmm.
Or how she is now. The notes, behind all these things, where these, benefits come from, how they work, in a sense. Though at some point she doesn't really deviate off, but she starts leaning heavily towards what she's experienced the most, which is the regenerative properties. How she's felt. She hasn't been sick. She hasn't been sick in a while, actually, and like all of these other things. Just kind of walking through how these notes are, what she's been doing to herself, and how she follows this code of, I would rather, of how it's rather put on me to test all of this out and not put on everybody else. And how the precautions set in place where if anything were to go wrong, she had the party there to make sure that she would get put down so that she wouldn't be a threat to anybody else. But how her research could still be used to put forth for more research wherever she went wrong to make it right. And that's like essentially like the first part she kind of goes through with him. And that's more like upstairs stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's more upstairs stuff on these terminals because it's not too crazy. And then they get over to the area where they start going downstairs, and she's like, and this is the next portion, I guess, that everyone's going to be seeing for the first time.
Bring them down to the big vault-like door that's in the basement level.
Mm-hmm.
The biometric scanner that lets you open it. You place your hand on it and it unseals and opens to a dimmer underground laboratory with a lot more advanced looking laboratory equipment, as well as a number of tubes filled with some sort of liquid lined throughout, as well as one that looks to contain something inside of it.
So, I informed some of you about what this was down here, as you can see in the tube right across from us over there.
Kevin nods.
Sean, being honest with you, wanted you to see this as well. This is what I dub Project Anastasia. It is essentially my rebirth. This is a clone I've been working on for some time, using the files I found on the Tyrant Project. And I guess to give you my reasoning, as I told them, it's more so, considering the threats that were happening at the time, death seemed very likely, especially with Walker's presence. And with how dedicated I am to wanting to put the medicinal benefits of viruses in the market, in medical market, legally one day. Knowing that I'm dead, I won't be able to do that. There wouldn't be anyone to continue my research, at least that would probably want to. So I made a clone of myself. Still developing.
And everybody looking inside can see in the glass tube suspended in the liquid a small fetal human just floating there, eyes closed, and an almost umbilical cord like string attaching it to the bottom.
This, like I said, this is going to take a while to develop, but I plan on uploading memories from myself. Things that I've already recorded, written down to it to implant those memories, so it'll have basic knowledge of everyone that I know, relationships, and just things to continue working on if I am to pass.
Quick question. This is Kevin, in character, by the way. Quick question.
Yeah.
I don't know how clones work. How old will this clone be?
Well, with some help and research of what I'm looking to do, I'm expecting this clone to age up to 18, maybe 20.
Okay.
How is that possible? You'd have to... This barely looks like an infant. You'd have to find a way to accelerate the aging process.
Kevin's eyes wet.
There is one solution to that, which is what I needed. Which is what I needed from Walker's Tower.
I know what you did. I think I know what you're getting at here.
We know the issue that Archaea was going through. She was aging faster, and it seemed to just constantly be happening with her blood. It just wouldn't slow down. Well, there's something in the blood that would, at least to what I'm believing, would be able to have the benefits of rapid aging, but stop once you hit between 18 or 20.
I see.
And from there, obviously, you would naturally progress through aging, but the blood wouldn't continue that in that rapid process.
How would you ensure that the aging is stopped?
Well, it's a lot of... That's the whole thing behind testing it, right? We're going to have to look into how the cells... We're going to have look into how cells reproduce in these moments and all the other science behind that, which is why this is going to take a while to really look into, which is why we have samples of Archaea's blood.
I see. Okay.
These same samples that thankfully were also used to aid in Guadalajara in dispersing everything, and well, it's also helped me through certain things.
And this is a perfect genetic replica of you.
The only one that I could make.
He shakes his head and rubs his forehead. That is an impressive feat. Not one that any scientist has really been able to achieve at this level of success, if this is going to be a fully intelligent being. Not like the clones even Umbrella had managed to make with their vast resources. But the ethical implications of this are vast. It's going to take some time to pass. But you want me to have some involvement with this?
It's not that I want you to have involvement with this, it's that I want you to overlook. What I'm looking for from you, Sean, is not only guidelines, and I mean strict guidelines, things that I'm willing to go through, but also immense of supervision. Because I believe, again, that in this line of work, and I know it's too early and it's a gray zone to even be really talking about all this, but I do believe that with your help, with what you can set, I guess, in rules and ways to go about all of these things, that we can hit some sort of medical expansion for humanity in the future.
I meant what I'd said to you previously, Katara. You're going into territories that I'm afraid you might not come back from.
I've heard. I mean, even my friends over here have the same worries. Chauncey is worried that I am going down a path that isn't the best. And I take everything that is said into consideration. But ever since working at Umbrella, this has been something that I've wanted to do. What they were doing with the viruses, how they wanted to go about handling it, what they were doing was wrong in every sense. It's hurt people. It's cost thousands of lives, even more than that. And because of them, it's made it harder for someone like me to get to my goal. Just to help, because I saw something in these viruses that other people didn't. They only see them as weapons. See them as things you can sell on the black market, get a good pay, and then do what you want with it for terror. But when I look at these viruses, and I've always seen it like this since Umbrella, and my time in Nest, this and everything here, there is hope. There is hope in these. I walked you through everything upstairs. I've talked to you about these the regenerative properties that are there. That's what I want to tap into. To make this safe for the people. But I can't do it alone. Not in a world like this. Now, because of what they've done, these bioterrorists, what they've done, it's made it almost impossible. But with the help from everyone's help, including yours, there's hope. There's expansion in the medical field to help people that may not ever be able to recover from things.
I told you we were done. And yet you deceive me in order to bring me here? and show me this? I understand your intentions, Katara, but this sounds like a very dangerous ambition. It was dangerous to everybody who had good intentions with it before, and it's dangerous now.
You know, if I may speak freely, Sean, and I guess to anybody else here that might feel the same way. In that tower, we had conversations with Walker. He spoke about his future for what he was doing, how diluted everything was as it sounded to us, but there was something that him and I had in common. And I'm sure before his descent into madness, he had the same ideas which were benefiting humanity. But you want to know what people did because of everything that happened with Umbrella? They shut him down, like you doing to me right now, and anybody else who might think the same. They shut him down, and they brought a man that had an idea and a goal. They shut him down and brought him to nothing. He was my ex-boss, and I worked under him and reported to him. And I don't condone anything that he's done whatsoever in this descent, but I want you to stop and take a moment to think about this. I'm being honest with you. I'm being truthful with you. I am showing you everything. I am bringing up the idea that you yourself, being someone with all of this knowledge and an idea behind ethics, can come through and help me to start up something that can eventually help the people safely. Think about this, Sean. You shut me out stating that this was it. How was I going to get in contact with you again? If I were to contact you, you'd just blow me off. And you know what? I'm sure that if Walker had ever approached you about something like this before descending into madness like he did, you would have shut him down too. Without even giving a thought and trying.
But before his descent, as you call it, I was scheduled to debate him. We never had that opportunity. We would have brought our ideas before the public square and let them bear out.
And what's so different about that? Why not have debates with me? I can debate you in this. But I can debate you in this and still be a friend and an ally. I can debate you in this and you still help put this on an ethical path. We don't need to be done, Sean. We can debate this all we want. And I'm willing to. But you need to at least give me a chance. Because you're not doing that.
I'll say, make a persuasion check. With advantage, given your argument.
Oh no, it's a -1. I think.
You better roll in that 20.
A nat 20 would be amazing right now. Wait, +5.
Yeah, I got a plus. Yeah.
You've been training.
Man.
I mean, it would be nice if it worked, or at least he gives some sort of thought to it.
Takes this all in, he says, I understand your point. Prohibition has previously created greater evils than the thing it's prohibiting. But like I said, I can have no direct hand in these experiments. But given that I already know what you're doing, I am willing to privately give consultation of ethical standards that might need to be in place.
She gives a smile, and she's like, that's all I wanted to hear. That's fine with me. Whatever rules you want to go by, I will follow them. Because I want to prove this to you. I want to show you that I'm not just going to become another walker or another umbrella. And this is all I needed.
I don't know if we could ever fully be friends again. Not like we were before. Not with what I know now. But if you do heed the words and the guidelines that I give you, then I will at least know that I can trust you more than Walker. He looks at Chauncey and he just says, I trust him enough that he'll stop you if that ever changes. Just like he did with Walker as well.
I trust that as well.
Very well. And at least we can agree on that.
She'll hold out a hand for a handshake.
After a moment, he nods and takes your hand and shakes it. So, lost Troy.
Oh no.
So with that. With that, Sean, I assume from there, is given flight back.
Mm-hmm.
And over time begins his work on outlining some ethical guidelines with further thought on this type of process.
And with that done and out the way, that's one goal down. That's
yeah.
Awesome.
So that took some doing, but suppose it's time for a montage?
So now it's time for a montage.
Get a montage.
Can I get a montage?
So you're getting to work.
Yep, it's time to gonna use this time to get to work. Essentially just see if we can get this clone grow, and she wants to specifically, and she's specifically doing this and having Enyo plugged into the warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
So that way she can foresee this. So Guitar is showing Enyo, like, I can make something for you, and there are ways to go about this.
Right.
And she'll need Kevin and Nuria, especially Nuria, for the AACT samples, and then Kevin on this consciousness upload stuff.
All right. So, what research are you all doing?
All right.
What's up first?
Nuria, I suppose, is trying to pick apart as much as she can about the AACT virus.
Oh, you get all the notes.
Yeah. So Katara shares all of her research with you, everything that she's been working on, and everything you have from the Manifold hard drive regarding AACT, and all of this information is at your disposal.
I guess going into further detail? Is that what Katara wants her to do?
Yeah, essentially it's giving you an insight into the process, giving her the insight into the process on, like, into the process on AACT and, like, it's...
And specifically Archaea's
specifically
advanced
Archaea.
aging process, right? Yeah. See if you could extrapolate those properties from her blood into a new subject.
Okay.
So, as outlined previously of the uses with Archaea blood samples, and I forgot, you actually get 2 uses per sample, so you do get a couple of attempts for each one. But each attempt will take a full day, as well as a science check. So, somebody go ahead and make that.
Good to me.
Nuria.
I think I have the highest science among
Yeah,
everyone.
what's yours?
Science?
Let me check real quick. I don't remember if my modifier changed. I don't think it did,
I don't think it did either.
but I'll double check anyway. No, it didn't. So it's a plus 15.
Plus 16. Plus 16.
How is it higher than mine?
For Kevin?
There's no physical way it's higher than mine.
It's true, because you have the same proficiency bonus, except Kevin has less intelligence modifier.
Yeah.
Did you get, like, an expertise in it or something?
No, hers is only possible with the expertise.
Yeah,
How didn't Kevin's get one higher?
Higher than mine. Huh?
I mean, that's what it says. I think I was told to update this or something.
What's your proficiency bonus?
My proficiency bonus is a plus 6.
No, you have to be
What?
level
No.
17 to be a plus 6.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not even a plus 6.
I was going to say, yeah, you're currently the same level as Nuria, so your proficiency bonus should be a plus 5.
It's a
I
plus
thought it was level 13.
14.
I'm 15.
There you go.
Advantage, Katara's
Yeah, Katara is obviously, helping a great deal here, so you do get that advantage.
Oh, yeah.
Make the first roll.
First
Keep
use of
highest
this.
one. Yeah, that's it. Keep highest one. 50.
I don't know whether to say nat 1 or nat 20. Reverse psychology.
31.
Oh.
All right. So with that, you spend the day working on Archaea's blood samples and attempting to use the properties that you had known her to have and see if you could extract that part of her genetics that still remains in her blood and implement it into this new subject in a more controlled manner. And given the full day of research and experimentation and running it through various chemical mixing processes in order to further refine the capabilities of the blood, and also going through quite a bit of genetic testing and modification, you eventually come up with a process by which you create a formula that can be drip fed
Ooh.
to this fetal clone through its umbilical cord and get approximately the effect that Katara was looking for. Highly advanced aging up to adult maturity. and it will take
first try.
All right, first try.
first try. So you only use
You heard it here, folks.
you only use one sample to do so, and you get the sense once you start administering that through that umbilical device that this clone will begin aging rapidly. Over the course of about the next 120 days, it will grow to adulthood.
Our guitar is super agile. Like, super happy guitar.
All
Couldn't
right.
have done this without you. Thank you so much.
No problem.
And pretty much when that gets all finished, the next part of this is starting up on a process to upload memories when that comes around.
Mhm.
Okay, time for Kevin's roll.
Yep. So Kevin,
you're gonna get some technology advantage.
yeah, Katara can help him out with that.
All right.
Yeah.
sweet.
So you spend
Oh,
the
I
time.
mean, if you ability enhance, you could totally
No, I
do
think
that.
it'll count if it's a whole day.
Oh yeah. Oh, true.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, it will take a full day's worth of research. So you begin poring over all the data you have from the manifold hard drive and see what you can do about reverse engineering his technology. So make your technology check.
With advantage, you
Yep.
said?
Okay, nat 20. Let's go.
Crossing finger.
Crossing the fingers.
We have as many days as we need to do this.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Do advantage anyway, just to see.
Well, he did.
That is advantage.
Oh, that was
It
with
only
advantage.
only
Okay.
rolled one of them 3D for some reason, but yeah, they both went into the
Oh,
chat
okay.
feed. So, given your poring over this information, Kevin, you do manage to find, in essence, what you think you're looking for. You go through the manifold files, you find the data relating to Project Titan and how Walker was planning to upload his consciousness and what sort of cabling he was using in particular that was able to convert essentially the information in his neurons into information that can be transferred digitally. And you get the sense, after poring over this research, that it will take some time, but you believe it would be possible. And so you begin work on reverse engineering that process. The notes are scarce and the documents seem to only be intended to be understood by one author, but nonetheless, with enough time, you feel pretty confident about your chances of reverse engineering it. But again, it will take time, at least 6 months worth. That's something you're working towards.
Yeah,
Oh,
he basically, like, when he finds us, he basically he brings it up to Katara and with paperwork in his hand, and he's like, here it is. I have what I need. It's a matter of working on it.
All right. Yes. She's like, don't worry. I'm going to be working back over at the university, so I'll be able to start going through and throwing in funds for this as well.
All
We
right.
should be able to pay the both of you for working on this.
Much
Thank you.
obliged.
Actually,
You don't need to pay me.
that's right. That's right. I'm paying for your vacation with our
Oh,
with
no.
family.
I said we'd pay for it together. I think. That was a
Did you?
while ago, actually.
Was it written on paper?
That's what I'm saying now.
Was it written on a napkin?
That's what I'm saying now.
It's not written down, so that means it's not in
I've
contract.
written it down right now. I have a piece of paper here.
No, you don't.
We're in a lab. There's paper somewhere.
And where are the papers? I forget where they are. I need to burn them.
I cannot detect any paper.
Shit. So yeah, it's essentially when all of that's pretty much done. Since it's still being at the warehouse and everything, she's gonna tell the both of them just kind of like, she's gonna tell the both of them just like, I actually have one more person I need to meet up with, see if I can get in contact with Angelina because I need to figure out how my strike team's doing. Oh no, I hope they made it. Oh no. And is immediately going to try and contact.
Yeah, you could probably again, with Chauncey's new BSAA director status, have access to quite a wide variety of channels through which to try and get to a hold of people.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Coming back to Camp Clancy, you do manage to put out some feelers, and through the BSA War Terminal can get a hold of Angelina Yang if you so choose.
Yep, I'm gonna try to get a hold of Angelina.
All right. So you bring her up. It's just an audio call. She doesn't seem to have any officer capability of coming in over video, but she comes through. Just says, Katara. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, good to hear from you. I'm glad to see you made it out. How's
barely.
How's everyone else doing?
Talking about the little gang?
Yeah.
Well, we all made it out. We all had to hitch rides with the BSAA unit. Who was taking all the trucks out of the garage to get us away fast enough. It was turbulent, a little rocky, very flippy, but we're alive.
Okay. That's good. Where are you all located right now, then? Or is it just you at the moment? Did everyone split?
Is this a protected channel?
Chauncey, is this a protected channel?
Chauncey,
Sure.
you would know the war terminal. Yeah, it's pretty secure. Well,
She's like, yeah.
So, currently keeping them on the down low, moving them between safe houses until we could figure out where you want to place them as a permanent residence. Or we could just send them back to their home until they're called upon. Up to you.
I was thinking the warehouse could be permanent residence. I mean, that place does have places to sleep and
Yeah, it's true.
can
Lots
keep
of room.
resources coming in. Yeah.
Have to do a lot to make it a little bit more homey, though. Place can use some new heating. Still feels like it's abandoned.
Oh, I plan on it. I actually had an idea. So I'm not sure what you plan on doing after this. I mean, you're still working government-wise, right?
Yeah, still with the task force. Can't say too much, though, but I'm gonna be busy for a little bit. Top secret stuff.
Of course. I was just asking because as I stated, I plan on keeping this strike team around. And I know I'm not going to be able to necessarily lead them in every battle in the event anything else pops up, and I'm sure there will be a lot of things that pop up at some time. Small incidents here and there. But I wasn't sure if you were still government-based, or if you would have accepted an open position for leader.
That, well, we'll see how things work out. I'll definitely be back in touch with you at some point. But, again, there's a lot I can't say right now. So,
That's fine.
I'll let you know.
I mean,
I'll let you know.
yeah. Keep me updated. Yeah, keep me updated. I'm going to work on getting that warehouse all cozy for everyone. And yeah, because this is something important. I want to be able to keep you all. That way we can run them in with BSAA should they need some help. We can help contain more threats.
Of course. All right, I'll give the word, make sure they get transportation to Toronto, and get back to that warehouse.
Cool.
They're can be an unruly bunch on their own, and seeing as I won't be directly supervising them, hope they don't make a mess of the place by the time you get back.
I hope not either. I don't know what I'd do.
There's still some discipline we gotta work in before this is more fully functioning, but for now it's a pretty powerful team. A blunt weapon, to be sure, but again, we'll have to work on that discipline. I don't know where you got these guys, but definitely not soldiers.
Yeah. You know, you talk to the right people, you can get people who might want to do things like this. So I had a contact.
Yeah, well, at least they actually want to do what you have them doing, so that's at least the right stuff to start turning them into soldiers.
But we'll figure out how to get that discipline set in for them then.
Yeah. In the meantime,
But
is
thank
that
you.
it? Hey, it's my pleasure, sis.
You said you were busy coming up here soon, right? How busy, or like how soon are you going to be busy?
Pretty immediately. Why?
Well, I was thinking of heading out small vacation with parents and girlfriend and everything. I wanted to see if you want to come along.
You? A vacation?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. You must have really saved the world. Where about?
Retroactively would have probably spoken with the parents of Nuria about this.
It's the Bahamas.
The Bahamas, yeah. Bahamas.
I'll tell you what, can't say for sure, but give me the dates and the hotel you'll be staying at, and I'll see if it ends up working out.
Yeah, no problem. We're going to be heading out. Insert date here. Insert time.
Yeah. This
Insert hotel.
The best island.
Yeah, best island.
All right. I'll see if I can make it.
All right.
You take care of yourself.
You too.
That goes out.
And pretty much after that, the rest of the time making sure to put in that good word for Nuria. Also to talk to the head to see when she can start coming back to work in there.
Yeah, and Jamie Simon, the president of Simpson University, it lets you know, just like, yes, of course. Well, it seems a lot of the media heat has died down, so the university would be happy to have you back on staff, starting as soon as you're able.
Sure, I'd love to. I'll be available. And yeah, just put in availability time and
All right, so you get that set up to return to your teaching position.
yeah.
But I assume you schedule that for sometime after the vacation.
Yep, sometime after the vacation. So essentially, the rest of the stuff that I want to do is, knowing that there are other things being worked on the side, it's going to take a few months. Vacation. After vacation's done, after the vacation's done, go to work, start building up money so she can start using that money to build up the warehouse, make it good. And then essentially start work on one more thing.
Yeah. So you go through all those processes. You take your vacation in the Bahamas, show off the new beach bod, and
oh yeah.
Much to your surprise, Angelina Yang does make one particular night. Whereas guys are out having a night on the town. Your parents are all just like, "Oh, it's about time we get some R&R. I miss
And
this."
Nuri's dad is... not Anir. Nuri's dad's there too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nuria brings her father in, get to the colloquial meet the parents moments. It's a little awkward at first, but over the course of the amount of time that you spend there, you all get to bonding a little bit and generally have an enjoyable time. But Angelina Yang shows up by surprise one night. Says, "Well, I ended up getting one night in this region. It's good enough to have a good time, isn't it?"
You were able to make it.
And your parents are just like, Angelina.
Dude, they just see Katara go up, give her sis a hug.
And she's just like, "Hey, it's okay. We figured things out. Those, our paths happened to cross, and, well, I care about you all too much to do any harm to your real daughter." That seems to relieve some tension. And Alicia's just like, "Oh, well, that's certainly a relief that you're not at each other's throats."
Did you you didn't see her on the base, did you?
Angelina's just like, "Yeah, I don't think our paths happened to cross."
Oh. I could have sworn I said something. No, I didn't. Well, either way.
Well, now the family's all
you
here.
know. Yeah.
Huzzah! Clangs her drinks with yours. And it ends up fun week on the beaches. on one of the finest islands in the Bahamas. Though Angelina has to bounce after that one night.
Which, to Guitar's sadness, couldn't pay for the whole thing. Because it was promised. It was promised. I know. Half and half. I know.
So, after this much-needed break, you return to Camp Clancy, gather up some materials, and prepare to head out for another excursion back to your warehouse, getting ready for the work that is to come. Although at one point, as you're out on the streets of Chicago, going about the town, purchasing some last-minute things to make sure you're all prepped for your next trip. Make sure you got plenty of snacks and whatnot to make it. You do notice black SUV that comes to park along the roadside in front of you.
And she sees this and stops for a moment.
Getting out of it, you see approaching a group of men in black suits who seem to approach you quite directly. And one of them says, "Dr. Guitar Oswald?"
Yes, that is me.
He presents Homeland Security credentials. I need you to get in the SUV.
Oh. Okay.
Wait.
Well, she has, she's just... Well, alright. What is this about now?
We're just gonna need you to come along with us. Rest assured, you're not in any trouble or danger.
Alright. she's in her mind, she's like, I have one use. One time a day, I can turn into a bat real quick. She just gets in, doesn't say anything, and just sits down. All right,
you get into the back of the SUV, and
yep.
The gentleman who was speaking to you gets into the front passenger seat and kind of looks back at you. He says, and you're kind of flanked by some of the other agents that were accompanying.
Mm-hmm.
And they all have like these, sort of wires dangling from their earpieces. Kind of looks back at you and says, "Apologies for the inconvenience, Dr. Oswald, but I'm gonna need you to put this over your head." And he hands you this black bag. It's just for discrepancy.
She just, oh, kinky. All right, and just puts it over her head. She's like, I did not expect this, but it's okay.
Mm-hmm. And of course, you, with your echolocation, still have some sense of your surroundings.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as you have that on, they begin pulling away from the curb, and the SUV drives for quite some time before coming to a stop in an area that you can't quite identify, but it sounds quite noisy. Sounds like there are planes overhead. You're taken out of the car, and with the bag still on your head, they kind of take you by the arms and guide you. You walk for some time before being led up some steps, and they're just very courteous along the way, just like, mind your step. And you're just ding, 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 ding. Led up some steps, led down some halls, And eventually, as you come to board, the bag is removed from your head. You find yourself going down the halls of a large plane. And they guide you to a room where they take you inside and you are seated at a chair. There's a gentleman in front of you in a suit, head of gray hair, waves to the agents and says, "Please, wait outside." They nod. "Yes, sir. Call if you need us." Close the door. And it's just you and this gentleman across the table from you. In this room, there's one lamp lit between you. And this man seems quite familiar. And it takes you a second to recognize that this is President Adam Benford.
Who's that?
Oh, Mr. President.
Yes, apologies for all the theatrics. It was a necessary element as, well, quite frankly, this meeting shall never have officially happened.
Understood. Her posture, which was originally relaxed, is just proper now. She's like, Mr. President.
Yes, of course. So, I've wanted to speak with you, Dr. Oswald. May I call you Katara?
Please, anything is fine.
Katara, you've accomplished a great deal. And you've conducted a lot of illegal activity to accomplish what you have. But nonetheless, this country owes you a great debt. And Angelina Yang vouches quite strongly for you. He slides this document across the table. He says, "Should you ever be caught for your crimes, the US government will disavow any and all knowledge of you and your enhanced allies. However, this will be yours." And looking over the document, you see that it appears to be the paperwork for, complete with all the seals necessary for, a presidential pardon. And he says, "On one condition. When we call, you and your evolved team must answer."
She's baffled for a moment, just kind of like going through all this and hearing it, and it takes her a moment to process this before she goes, yes, that's fine. You call and we will answer.
And he slides the series of documents back across to his end of the table and says, "Welcome to the BOW Countermeasure Force, Dr. Oswald.
Oh,
We look forward to working with you."
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
boy! Katara here making clones and drinking tea with the president!
Woo! Yeah, it's a pleasure to be a part of this, sir.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have before we gotta fly to the next event, so the Secret Service agents will see you out.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. President.
And he nods to you and he says, "Godspeed, Dr. Oswald.
She nods and heads out.
All right, you head out. You see the one of the Secret Service agents, the one who had been walking you through and guiding you, waiting outside the door. He whispers something into his wrist as indicating that you're on the move, that the president is essentially in the done with the meeting. All in code names, of course. They guide you out back down the steps. Well, you have to put the black bag back over you before you leave, but they bring you back to the SUV, drive you back to the inner city near where you were, and release you back. And so, from there, you're allowed to continue back about your day.
Yeah. Yeah, she continues on her day, just at the back of her mind, like, that happened, but I have no issue. It would just be a continuation of the day, although it's at the forefront and back of her mind. The rest of it just ends up being work at school and start funding the warehouse.
You start diverting some funds there, building up some projects, building up some facilities, and building up the future work you have planned for there.
She specifically, for future work, is going to start up on one that she hopes to help with Endio.
All right. You set that all up in the basement area, the heavily secured basement area. The same place where you keep the clone, which is at this point now in the midst of its growth, now looking more like a adolescent child growing to fill the space of the glass tube in which she is kept. You see also, as you set up these future projects, some barrels and vats off to the side with various labels stenciled into them. Knowing what's coming next.
And where I would leave her off at this point in time is sort of moving over to a desk, probably near some of those vats. Taking a certain file, just blueprints essentially, and little formulas here and there, of some stuff, just some stuff that she's still looking to build up. And she stares at it and she just goes, I think I have a name for this one finally.
What are you working on?
I think I'm gonna start working on Project Alexis.
And with that, some time later. Chauncey, your alarm rings in the early morning pre-dawn hours, as it would any other day at the camp. And you are roused awake in the commander's quarters of Camp Clancy.
I start to do my normal routine stretch, move around a bit, put on the suit, straighten up a tie, and make my way down to the ward terminal.
Mm-hmm.
Check if I have any meetings, any messages, anything.
The war terminal schedule seems clear. The usual flow of reports are still coming in. Had to get used to the new status as director and seeing everything that the BSAA and its North American branch is going through, all the active operations, all the personnel in all places, all of the reports getting funneled upwards, but nothing outside of the usual routine.
Quick question. How long has it been now?
At this point, or maybe better part of the year after the Manifold Tower incident.
I think it's a good day to just get out. And I swipe and shut off the war terminal. And I unplug my Ares exosuit. And I put it on. And I start to walk out of the war room. Flick the light off. And start to head outside to open up the doors. Grab the keys to Black Betty. I'm gonna go for a ride.
All right. Chauncey packs his things into the Black Betty and drives down the dirt path heading off the estate, ready to face whatever comes next. Above him, the sun rises on a new day, a better day. 11 hard-fought years after Raccoon City. The long night is over. The morning has come. And that's where we're going to end this campaign.
Oh man.
Dang.
I
Can
like
I
it.
also mention that like the skull is now instead of in the war terminal, it's gonna be like the bobblehead in the Black Betty.
Just right on the dash.
It's right on the dash. Like I put it on the dash as I fired it up. Like
Also, at some point, Mr. G gets a yellow herb, right?
Yes. You get a shady yellow herb down in Johannesburg. Just in a proper blunt form as you want it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll that out really quick so we can get that. Reroll.
Okay, hold on.
There we go. First one in a long time.
He can
All
take
right.
another hit.
Hey.
Literally and figuratively. So. All right.
Oh man.
Thank you, Rennie the Dragon Slayer. And thank you, everyone who has watched and who has come along on this journey of 3 long years, finally bringing this campaign to its close. So, again, thank you, all my players, for coming along with me on this journey of first time GMing a campaign and all the speed bumps and whatnot that came with, but just thank you guys for being there this whole time and participating in making this all worthwhile. And I'm glad we've had these 3 years together with these characters. I love you all.
It's been a hell of a journey.
No.
Wouldn't have had it any other way.
I love y'all too, man. It's been it's been a ride.
Yeah. So,
Y'all don't need to hide your tears. Let's go. Let us one.
We
Oh,
all
man.
ride off in Black Betty. Let's go.
yeah. Love you guys. And again, thank you all for watching and for coming with us on this journey. However, whether now or however later you come to it on YouTube or anything else, thank you for joining us. That's the end of this campaign of Resident Roleplay. But it's not the end of P Cubed. We've got plenty of awesome stories left to tell, plenty of which we'll be getting to now that some time has been freed up from the end of this show. And certainly not the end of our campaigns, I'm sure. This gaming group has a lot more stories to tell in this medium, and no doubt we'll have a lot more tabletop RPG goodness to come. Both,
And it's also definitely not the end of these characters.
for sure, both in and out of Resident Roleplay, we've got a lot more coming.
We
But-
all live.
Yeah, you guys all lived on that final battle, or at least made it out alive.
Mostly.
Mostly lived. Yeah. Kind of scarred and disfigured, but still up and kicking. But again,
Oh, Mr. G died, but Scorpion lives on.
We don't know that.
that's true. As far as you guys know, just jumped out and that's the last you ever saw.
I imagine him just being all crumpled. Like every time I've seen him with his wingsuits, he's always crashed on the ground.
So, but yeah, like I said, more to come. More stories for sure. But that seems like a good place to park this campaign and draw it to its end after 110 episodes and a little more than 3 years, almost exactly. Started November of 2017. But again, thank you all, and we'll see you in whatever comes next. Peace. Squared. Have a good night, and God bless.
Good night, sweet dreams. Every single good thing.
See ya, everyone.
Thank you for taking us on this journey with you, Raph.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.